Oh, it shows me my bit rate now? Oh, that's amazing. So I genuinely don't know if I do everything when I go live, but I'm pretty sure I have everything. So welcome to a very fun and exciting, a little bit stressful stream. We're going to be doing this wonderful Model 3 Performance Edition. You have to excuse me. I don't exactly know all the Model 3 trims here, but this is a nice one. So we are going to do it up right. Excuse me. We're going to be doing full ceramic all the way around, including the windshield. So that's this is going to be a very long and fun stream to do. Good morning. Where's my chat? Where are you guys? There you are. Get over on this screen. What you doing over there? Looks like internet's working, so that's pretty solid. Let me start this thing up. This is always the next fun thing to try and get running. What's the easiest way to cut? Sliding back glasses. Sliding back glasses. Oh, you mean on like a truck? The triple sliders? Usually on the inside, believe it or not. It's not entirely true. On the outside, if you can get to them, but with a lot of covers, I just got used to doing them on the inside. So take the time to do them on the inside. The sliding window is really, you can do a couple of measurements. So what I'll do is I'll use the factory edge of the tint, put that on the bottom, cut the top, cut one side, shift it over, cut the other side. And then if there's like weird stuff in there, because some of them have that, it shouldn't be all that bad. Like you just make little cutouts for that kind of stuff. Or you get as close to the glass as you can. How dark? Ooh, good question. We're doing 35. 35 all the way around, 70 on the windshield. So I should make sure I have my 70. That too. Okay, let's let this thing start up. That's the weirdest, I think. Why do you care? I always set the time and the date here, and then it's like, set the time and the date. It's like I've done that before. You don't remember it. There's even a card in here. I don't know why that's the case. Had to order another 60. Yeah, actually, I ordered two 60-inch rolls. So we weren't sure on which shade to do on the full or on the back. So for these, a lot of you guys know you need a oversized roll. So 60, a little less than that, but really you can only get like 60. That's so weird. It did this last time. I really don't want to have to like re-USB everything, but I might have to. So last time it gave me problems with the GoPro. And is that still the case? That is super weird. Sorry, I usually don't have to check this before I go live. That is super not good. It's not picking it up. One sec. Yeah, reboot the computer. That's a good thing to do. Oh, that's even weirder. Okay. All right. Hang on. It did this last time. I just accidentally fixed it faster last time than I did this time. So, shut all this off. It's 100% the HDMI receiver, which I think is like super weird. Why would that matter? Oh, that's good. That's good. Now it's working. Holy shit. That doesn't sound good either. So we're gonna turn this back on. Rebooting the computer would kill the everything. It'd be so sad. That's the worst, is like when you're trying to troubleshoot any of this, next thing you know, it's just everything, like, that would be ideal. Just restart the computer and see what's wrong. I can't kill the internet or the stream or any of it. Too much at stake. But it's working now. There we go. Now that's smooth. I deal with computers for a living. Nice, very nice. Yeah, they've been a long time hobby for me. Took a lot to even get this up and running to the state that it's at, and that is the best fix for them. Every morning I restart this computer anyways. But we are up and running. What is your least favorite vehicle to tint? The Model 3. No, I'm kidding. This one's going to be a little stressful, but we're going to make it look good. I don't know. Classic cars, I think. Anything that I'm like greatly unsure of is never super fun for me to do. And whenever you have not a good plan for making it happen, you just kind of like cross your fingers and then it might work out with like 2 or 3 tries or whatever. That's never good. All right, so looks like we are up and running. So this is the Model 3. We're going to be doing 70 on the windshield, and we're going to do 35 on the rest of it. So that being said, I thought I got everything ready. You know what I didn't get ready was my film, but I do have it here, so that's good. So we have some 35 here. I have more 35. I think I got a full Pro Nano roll. So this is my Pro Nano 35. This is the short roll in case I need that, and I'm pretty sure I got a spare. So I ordered a couple of 60s. This is my 35%. Then is it this roll? Could be this one. Pro Nano. Look at that. Can you tell? I've been so prepared today. Can you hear the Facebook comments? Nope. Can't hear those. Yes, I can. All the platforms are special. Somebody, I got that question. Do you like Dom's Tint Shop or Dom's Tint Studio? I'll let you pick that one. I'm not sure. I like Tint Studio for what I do here. Tint Shop is not bad either. Generally, in the beginning, it's good to be as searchable as you can, and I know people aren't searching Studio. They're searching, like, Tint Shop. So you might get a few more hits with Tint Shop, but do what you want to do on that one. They both sound cool. GeoShield and their insane amount of tape on the boxes. Oh yeah, but that's a good thing. It does drive me a little crazy because we're gonna have to open this puppy up here. So this 60-inch roll. So whenever you get GeoShield, it's like they'll put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They'll put 7 bands of tape. And then you got, if you don't want to destroy the pretty box, then you have to cut them all the way down rather than just rip them off. But then they go above and beyond that. So now these are wrapped up together too. And there's a couple of them sometimes that go around like the entire thing. But I tell you, it's all because of FedEx and UPS. They ruin boxes, so they got to do whatever they can to try and protect them. So you're never going to hear from here that that the rolls weren't tried to be, you know, as protected as they possibly could. Who won the tint keg? That giveaway is actually still going on. We're gonna be doing that on Tuesday. So we skipped the whole week. So there it is. So we get a whole big roll. Perfect. So we will get to that in a little bit. Let's do some prep on the vehicle. I just want to make sure I had all that. And then as far as 70 goes, that should be this roll right here. So perfect. We got all our ducks in a row right now. Oh no, it's locked. It's locked. I learned this. It's right here. Yay. I got that wrong earlier. I always thought it was the camera. I thought you put this in front of the camera, but there's a NFC thing there. Are you tinting the roof? We're not doing this portion. We're doing everything else. So we're doing a solid back window. We're even doing these quarter windows. This is why it's actually really good to have a plotter. So I don't run into this often at all, but there's some stick-on louvers right there. So I could either try and cut that inside by making like a rough template. There's a few ways you could do it. Or I can plotter cut it. So we're probably going to just plotter cut it. At what time? Oh, I have no idea. It's the most like... it's the most like unprofessional giveaway. There'll be some stuff. There will be a giveaway. Keep notifications on, and we'll figure it out sometime in probably the afternoon. Come on. There we go. There's one. Why aren't you being stubborn? There we go. 2. So these are all shifty windows, so they all have to be latched. That's a given. Oh, and then we'll let it go. Yes, we're doing the full panoramic back window. Not the little bit though. How would you shrink a hatchback rear window with a spoiler that doesn't have much clearance? You can shift it down a little bit. What kind of vehicle? I've done quite a few. Anybody know of a good place to purchase film without having a business? There's actually a lot of sites. Tint Depot, Sun Distributing. You can get GeoShield still without having a business technically. So if you go to mytintstuff.com, make an account, you can get it that way. But you're not ordering like 10-foot rolls or anything. So from a lot of these places, you are ordering, like Tint Depot is a little bit more just consumer retail friendly. You can order shorter rolls and smaller quantities and stuff. See, I've never thought of anything smaller than like a 100-foot roll for a while. I guess except for these things, they don't really need a 60 or 100-foot roll of a 60-inch. So I order enough to make some mistakes. So I got 25 feet of each. So a while ago I had a question. Somebody asked about the tint looking messed up. Looks like the rubber trim starts to wear out on these things over time. The Tesla looks ugly with clear windows. Well, that's why we're gonna unclear the windows. We'll make them look all pretty. So before I forget, let's prep these. I work for a dealership, but I've been trying to get started on my own doing side work. Yeah, so any of those sites are a great place to do it. So like if you're trying to do side work, you're really not ordering like 25-foot rolls. You want to get at least like 50-foot. So a lot of these places, including Geo, will supply you with like 50-foot rolls to help get you started. So most of the time when you're starting, you're gonna want to get enough to make some mistakes. If you've never tinted a car, I suggest going for something a little bit more budget friendly because you're just gonna be scrapping a lot of film and you can learn a ton off of a lot of films. I personally might be ordering some Geo 50-foot rolls, but I can't decide if I want C2 or Classic Pro. Kind of depends on where you want your price points to be. If you're just kind of going in with like a budget option, just get Pro Classic. Most shoppers are not like that are calling around looking for something. They're just looking for like, you know, if they've called like 2 or 3 other places, they're looking for the place that can get them in the cheapest and the fastest. If you're not going super budget, then get C2. But it is good to have options. So if you're choosing between one and the other, I mean, for the longest time, I wasn't installing carbon film. I wasn't installing ceramic film. I can't tell you how many places that I've tinted for where more often than not, it's just one film choice. They're just there for tint, so they just sell a tint job. And that's just whatever halfway decent quality film you feel like throwing on the vehicle. So the glass shop that I tinted for a long time, I mean, at one point they did ceramic, but when we were an account there, they just got tired of talking to people about it. They're just like, yep, tint job, this car costs $250, $280, $300, and then that's it. Most general consumers are not even going to ask unless you bring it up. Not unless you like establish your business a little bit different. Careful not to close the doors. Oh yeah, for sure. Same. That goes for like any frameless, like Mustangs, Challengers, Camaros. You're gonna screw up the car or possibly bust the window if you close it otherwise. There's like a couple of hard rules. If doors are latched, everything stays open until the vehicle is done. There's another one for me that was never shut all the doors ever unless you were physically holding the keys or you just set them down and you're 100% sure they are out of the car. Somebody's going to lock the keys in the car. Frameless are my favorite. Nice. I still like a nice Malibu window. I think Teslas just in general are easy to damage from what I've seen. They deliver them with a lot of defects. They're just trying to get cars delivered to people, and then they make up for those mistakes and stuff like that. I don't know. They're just kind of, they've taken the tech approach to the automotive world. Like I think they'll say they're a tech company first, and that shows in everything they're trying to do with like self-driving and whatever else. But it also shows in the fact that they'll put something out there that's kind of half-baked, and then you're just kind of waiting on software updates to fix it. So, not as surprising with, like, you know, I can't tell you how many posts I've seen of people that get their Teslas delivered and they just take a bunch of pictures and then Tesla pays to send somebody out and fix them. I haven't done a new Bronco yet. I'm always happy to get them a little bit after other people do. Still early on, but when other people get to play around with them first, then I start hearing about, are they easy? Are they not? Is there something to be concerned about? Is there's a dumb computer in a dumb spot? That's what would happen with trying to get a tech to remove something. You just like play dumb. Like, I can't remove the mirror on this. You wanna try it? And then they're all cocky. They're like, yeah, I can remove that. And then if something breaks, it's not on you anymore. So this is a good thing to prep now, and then really we should do the back window as well. That way we can just kind of jump into things. Canon. But we can also have a sip of coffee too. There's so much white going on here. Look, it's all bright now. I usually had to overcompensate for like cars that would come in here. And like there's so many black cars that come in here, but now everything's so bright today. If I ever get a Tesla, I want it loaded black on black, 5%. Just black out all the things. This is my favorite color scheme. I mean, my Blazer is white. We would have got the van in white, I think, if it looked better. But white and black color schemes are my favorite right now. What's a fair price to tint a Model 3? There's like a handful of ways people are doing it. So if you want like the full back window in one piece with the rest of it, I think $650 and up. I really do. It's just like is that with the windshield? No, I think it's a little bit more expensive with the windshield. Am I pricing off? No, that should be with the windshield. That's with the windshield. There's quite a few that go up from there, but so the thing is, if you come here with a Model Y, a Model S, those are all standard pricing as far as I'm concerned. The windshield is a little on the big side, but it's nothing I feel like I have to overcharge for. It's when you get to this crazy back window, which doesn't even look that big, but it starts here and then goes all the way up here. So you need an extra wide roll to cover all this. You need to shrink sideways. It's just a lot of cleaning and a lot of extra work. Oh, this also has the older style defroster lines too, actually. I think they changed them to go all the way across, and now like these ones, they do this pattern. Okay. So we're gonna do back window. Oh, I should put a link to the giveaway too, because we're still doing that. I wanted to make sure that people knew that that was going on. Am I tall enough? I think so. I'm gonna have to get the bench ladders. We'll probably have to get the bench ladder or the bench. I don't know what are they called. We'll get something in there. Stop catching. I wish I had your shop. I have to tint in, where was that? I have to tint in an open access shop downwind from a body shop. Ooh. I used to tint in a much smaller space, in different spaces too, and they were all small. So there's this car accessories company called Cartoons. And they've been like the biggest remote starter company in the state for a very long time. Business is dwindling, but that's another thing. They would take over like old gas stations and outfit them as accessory shops. So most of them have really small parking lots and really small bays. Well, they have a lot of inventory that they want to keep on hand too. So you would have probably inside this green line, like right here, maybe a little bit farther. So like somewhere in here, you'd have like a metal cage. I guess probably the green line. You'd have a metal cage, and then over on this side, you have a metal cage on both sides. And so you could open like most of the doors, depending on how big the vehicle was. And they would also make speaker boxes in there too. Not at the same time, but hours before we showed up there to tint cars, they'd be making like speaker boxes sometimes that day. And then so you'd be like, great, now it's all full of sawdust. And they have like 2 or 3 full cars for you to tint. And you're like, what the fuck am I supposed to do about all this? I don't know. Make it happen. Okay. Not fun. Not fun at all. So I've dealt with a lot of undesirable locations in Pontiac. In Pontiac, the trucks wouldn't fit in the bay. So like you pull in an F-250 and the bed's hanging out the back, and in the middle of winter, you got to do, of course they're coming in for the full truck, and boy, it's cold. So nobody wants to do that, but we would do that. It was on the schedule. He showed up. It's got to get done. So a lot of my tinting career has been tinting at random places in random bays with random other things always going on. So, but then with the added, like, I could have tried to get a spot earlier, but I never wanted to really start my own tint business. That was never a priority for me. I would have done it a lot longer ago, if that was the case. I need the other one. So these are super handy. Been sitting for a minute. The way the car market is, I'm losing tons of work. No, I've had the regular slowdown, but you're right, that would impact it too. If they're not selling as many vehicles, there's not as much work going around. But people are still trying to get stuff. I was focused on taking advantage of smaller business, though, I guess. Like, I mean, what worried me about high production is just, it's like, rather than focus on trying to get, like, car after car after car after car, like, why not focus more on the ones that you have? Oh, why did I put that back? I'm going to need that again. And then just try and improve those, then you need less of them. But then again, the higher you go, the less people you naturally have anyways. But there's just like, I don't know. I think there's always this sweet spot there. You're making a little bit more on every car. You have time to focus on the work. You don't have to stress out so much and slow downs. And right now, the way things are set up, yeah, it'd be nice to have a consistent schedule. I'm not as worried about it this year as like last year, though. Can you explain the keg giveaway? Yeah, so there'll be a link in the description. I should pin a comment. If you go to sundistributingdirect.com or search Sun Distributing on Google or click that link. Sun Distributing, they're a good tint tool distributor. So if you're buying tint tools, they're a great resource. And they hooked me up with this keg a while ago, this one right here. So we're going to be giving away this 5-gallon Detroit Tint Studio Edition keg with some other Tint Studio goodies that I'm just going to throw in here. They're probably going to throw in hose setups and stuff too. So we'll see what we can cram in there. It'll be like a 5-gallon piñata full of Tint Studio goodies. And then you have to, the catch is you have to hang it up, and then you have to beat it until it like explodes. No, I'm just kidding. You win it, and you can open it up. And it's all yours. Cool, so we have both big windows that are all prepped, and I suppose we can start cutting out some film now, finally. Tuesday. Yeah, it'll be happening on Tuesday. I don't know. We're going to stream sometime in the afternoon. There's going to be a virtual window wheel that you spin. So to enter, you go to that link. You add it to cart. You check out. And it's all free to do. So please only do it once, though. If you do it more than once, we'll just kick duplicates off. If you do it 50 times for kicks and giggles, maybe we'll outright ban you. I don't know. I wouldn't take your chances, though. Am I in the giveaway? Probably, if you did that one thing. The things you learned to get started and all the random stuff has made you a master of experience, and now you have earned the perfect tint lab. Yeah, it's been great for random experience. Like, tinting for lots of mobile places, tinting for, high production, like, all sorts of random different situations that I've been in. It's definitely helped with everything in more ways than I really gave credit for at the time I was going through it. And then I hear other people that have gone, like, asked about, like, dealerships and mobile and this and that, and it's like, I've done all of that. We've tried to do mobile for houses in the middle of winter. I've seen tinting out of a tent and what it takes to set up. And, like, just lots of different things. Do you have to buy something in order to enter the giveaway? No. No, you can just enter. It's free to add to cart and check out. So that just makes it easy to track. all the entries for the giveaway. Wow. Oh, whatever. Film 35. Do I need a short roll or should I use a long roll? I just got a brand new short roll that I should not. No, we're going to do the short. Let's just open up the short roll. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. 6 cuts to open this box. And then you got an end cap and plastic. Which is like, it's always annoying, but you want them shipped right, so it's appreciated still. Will 50% windshield affect a dash cam? No, that you won't notice like any difference there. They'll have, like, dash cams adjust for daytime, nighttime. So like the exposure is always changing a little bit. I don't really know how far down you could go. It depends on your camera. But in most cases, probably even 5%, you'd be pretty fine. Did you give up on the plotter? No, we just don't use it a lot. My goal was to, like, when I got it, it's like we're never gonna be using it a lot. But we will use it some. These doors, frameless doors, I'd be really curious to see. I'm gonna grab some different blades here in just a second. I wish I had my other holder. I just don't remember where I put it. So we're gonna be single cutting all these things too. You can double cut them. Just when it comes to frameless, I've just kind of enjoyed trying to single cut all these things. Just take them one at a time. But it will cost you extra time. That's all. That's all. So where are we on that? I feel like I'm the only person that prefers spray bottle to tint kegs. You might be. No, there are more that like trigger sprayers. And I've seen people actually go from kegs to trigger sprayers. I went from a pump sprayer to a tint keg, and I've tried to use trigger sprayers a little bit, and I just don't get them. They're just like, you're always doing, just build up hand grip strength though, I guess, but we should leave that open. So I guess that's beneficial, but it's not fun for me. All right, so we're gonna grab a different blade for the top edge, and we're gonna see how that works out. Cone or flat tip? I prefer by a little bit, like for just more situations, I like the cone, and I think it's gonna last longer. But this the flat tip, okay, I guess let me tell a little story along with that. So I had the flat tip for like a couple days, and then it got clogged. So I used to use like curly hoses and stuff like that. So I think it might have been when I was doing that. And there can be like a lot of crap that builds up in the curly hose. I was running around doing a lot of mobile work, didn't care as much about like cleaning out the tank super thoroughly. So what would happen is you get a bunch of buildup. And then that buildup goes into that flat tip end, and you have to try and clean it out one way or another, but it completely screwed up the tip. And then I took like a piece of wire, and I ended up screwing up the whole tip altogether within like a couple of days. Where the cone tip has a lot more room for everything to just kind of like fly out of. Yes. Plus, as somebody just said, you can blast the seals. That's always a pro. So if you need to go into like laser beam mode, the cone tip will do a mist, or it'll do the laser beam, and anywhere in between. So you shouldn't have to do anything but like a broad spray, but you know, there's situations where it is helpful. You like mess up and need to wash something out. So really, the right answer is get both. Get both, play around with them yourself, and see how you like them. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, we should round that just a little bit more. There we go. That looks better. So I'm trying to make a list in the background of some videos that we can watch on stream, stuff that I would watch in my spare time, because I realized I think I have to be more of a meme streamer from time to time. I have to post some regular videos that just get broad attention. So we did this test on the Facebook group the other day. So we had a group of other tinters that all joined like a big Zoom chat. And man, I just miss sitting in front of a computer and being able to just like, I'm always working on stream. I want to be able to just chill from time to time. So not a full stream, but just like part of a stream. It would be nice. So that'll probably be coming soon. What do you do on a new Ram windshield tint when the glue on the passenger side has oozed into a pillar? What do you do on a new Ram windshield when the glue is... Oh, it's funny that you mentioned Rams specifically. Because if there was one windshield that regularly has crappy windshields installed that I have done a bunch, it's a Ram. So you can try and trim that out. So you just want to trim like enough so you can get the film there. So if you haven't caught it until the tint is installed, you pull the tint back a little bit, or you get it to kind of like overlap and rest on top. So not butt up against it, but literally like overlapped on it a little bit, and then take your blade and trim the tint on the inside. So, but you're gonna want to try and trim it ahead of time and just get it out of the way. You're not cutting a hole into it. There's a width to it, so you're just trimming some of the end to get that crappiness out of the way. Because yeah, I totally know what you're talking about, especially on Rams. I can't tell you how many I've run into where it's just like poor seal installation there. Poor urethane line. I watched the full video. Nice. Yeah, anybody could join. So we had a lot of people that try and do streaming that were mostly in there and are doing videos, so like they already had some setups, but like you literally could join off of a phone. So I really liked that type of a thing. It's been on my mind for a very long time. And now there's more and more people that are kind of like coming around to this idea of streaming. But it's like, I was kind of trying to figure out on the back end what platform made sense for all this. And of course, something as simple as Zoom seemed to work best. But annoyingly, it's like all these platforms have hiccups. So on Facebook, if you want to go live, you can invite extra people, but it's like you always got to be there to invite them, or they can request to like come on, and I've tried that, and there's been technical difficulties with even that. And so then the other way is you have to go off platform, but you don't want it to be like a headache, and you don't want it to be super confusing or whatever. So Zoom actually has this feature where you can live stream directly from Zoom to like a Facebook group or a YouTube channel or something like that. And then you just have the link, people can join. I thought that was super cool. Because I tell you, there's been a lot of days where it's just talking on the phone while you're working, passing the time by, and you just like your mind's running with different things that you can do for like your business or social media, and having people to talk to about all that stuff, just shop talk even. Oh, it's so helpful. That white makes the 30 look like 45. That's another reason why we went with that. I didn't know it had white seats until it got here. So it's always difficult to pick out the films, like thinking about it from home. It's best to like go into somewhere and then have like an actual vehicle example of the shades that you're kind of thinking about. So like a comparison, like the one that I always do is 35 and 20, and I think it's really helpful to add 50 to the windshield. So 50 on the windshield just helps because it's like, all right, do you want a light windshield or do you want a dark windshield? Or if you put 50 on the back, this is what you can expect to see. But with, if I just do like 20 on the front to match the back, it's like, I like the look of it better, but I already have 20 on the back of my Blazer, so I kind of want to leave that as factory looking as possible, and then give people like, okay, if you go a step lighter, this is the difference here. And they're like, oh, okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. So that's always good. Shoot, I missed that question. You don't like your seat covers anymore? No, I'm going to throw them in. I just forgot to throw them in. They're good. They've been helpful, especially with full windshields. It's a thing that I always need to get into practice about, so I forgot. But I know as soon as I hop in and start throwing water everywhere. Yeah, big old towel style seat covers. Those have been really, really good. I kind of wish they'd kind of stay in place a little bit better, but they get the job done and they cover a lot of surface area. Beautiful. Tinting full windshields, I was a little spoiled on. I didn't have to do full windshields for a long time. There we go. Has the tape ever damaged a door panel? Not anything that I've worked on, thankfully. But I saw that post in my group. I felt so bad. He was actually in the hangout the other day. It was cool. I was like, oh God. I saw the post. I'm like, no. The worst is like, so people don't like seeing water go down door panels. The reality of it, it's fine. In most situations, it's completely fine. But when somebody sees that, their mind goes to, oh God, they're ruining my interior. It all wipes off, it all wipes clean, and a lot of people do it. I try to not do that here because of how, like, it shows a sign of care to do something extra. Sorry, I'm getting a little distracted. So it's like, it's a sign of care to put something over the door panels, and the vast majority of them are going to, as we found out, are going to be perfectly fine. So it was like, in that post, it was like a leather type door, and it was an older one, so it like soaked the dye out of it or something. It might have been repaired before. We're a little unsure of that, but whatever the case, it wasn't great to see. So some more unique style interiors, you're still going to want to be really, really careful on. If they're suede, if they're any number of other things, just do a little test or something. I don't know. Just you never know. I guess when you get into more fragile, exotic type materials, where, like, you know, if you're doing just soft touch stuff, or hard plastic or whatever, most everything will be perfectly fine. But yeah, it was super not fun. No tape on leather. And that's just like one of those things where it's like you don't know, unfortunately, until like you go through that situation. But I have heard from, like, you know, there was God, I like bringing them up occasionally. Chicago Auto Pros. They work on a lot of high-end vehicles all day, every day. And I asked them, I was like, what do you guys do for door panels? And they're like, we just encourage people to keep wiping off door panels. We noticed if you leave plastic sitting as a moisture barrier in between the like, and water seeps in, like it definitely can. If you have actual leather, it could soak in there and you just got water sitting in between there. So if it's sitting there for a long time, it'll start to soak into the leather. So, but a lot of cars are made to, like, endure a lot of this stuff, you know, because they're going to be outside in the elements. So it's, I don't want to say it's like poor quality, but it kind of seems that way. It's just touchy. It's just going to be a little bit more touchy. What causes back windows to bubble? Oh, that's just going to be bad old adhesive, typically. So, poor quality films, they use poor quality glues, and then that's like a side effect of a poor quality. It just, the film, so it's sitting on the glass, but it's getting constant heat and UV exposure. So that'll wear, like, it's not something you really think about, but, you know, you stand in the sun, you get burned. Same thing with the film. It sits out in the sun, and the sun fades it and wears it out. If you leave a t-shirt out in the sun, and then it's solid color, and you flip it over, you'll notice it completely sun fades. Could be a week, could be 3 months, could be a year. So same thing for window tint. It can all fade, and then the glue is the first thing that's there. So you have glass, glue, and then the polyester and stuff. So that glue is the first thing that's getting a ton of exposure. So next thing you know, it just starts to go. Bubbles up, turns purple, basically fries to the glass. It's a mess. Let's get another blade here. Well, we got one window done, so that's pretty cool. It's not 100 true on the bubbling. Why not? I mean, it could also be the humidity. Cars sitting, especially down south, it's a lot more humid, so inside of a vehicle could be, I don't know, how hot's it get inside a vehicle? 150 degrees? Something crazy? Can you use a torch for cleaning? What? I don't think I really understand. What are you cleaning with a torch? You want to just burn it all down, I guess. There is a lot on these top edges. A lot of grime that just kind of builds up over time. I haven't really seen these with a fair amount of miles on them and a little bit of use. There we go. Alright, let's cut this out. I kind of went into just cleaning it, and then, because I always have the doors cut, I always tint, like, have everything cut, then I start installing, but we're just kind of taking it one at a time. What I've noticed is the moisture in the AM is getting heated and makes a clear coat on the paint. Rear window go bad. I mean, yeah, that's definitely possible. Humidity is a big problem. So it's just kind of like a combination of a lot of things. It's just, there's, you know, somebody might just think, oh, it's a hot day, my car's sitting out in the sun, like I didn't do anything to it. It's like, it's getting a lot of abuse and you don't really realize it. Kind of my point with all of it. Do you have another way I can contact you about Tint brands? Really, this is like the best place to ask questions about it all. That's kind of why I go live with this, because I don't have a lot of spare time. Also, Facebook groups. All right. Where do we want to pull this? Right about there? Right about there? You pull the panel back on the back doors? Not that I remember. It really just uses a shank, and that's been good enough for it. These aren't super tight. They're a little deeper, but you don't have to pull much to slide the tint in there. You can try one of those wider panel tools also. That might help. But yeah, I don't have to do much about that. Should I scoot it over a little bit more? It's always the question. Do you have this running through Zoom or anything? Nope, this is just straight to Restream and then the channel. Oh, that went well. I always like that. I try and do, like, I'm playing around with some other possibilities for like a hangout. Actually, that Facebook group would have been a good way to ask about films. So this back door, I remember, was a little funny on an edge. Yes, I grab extra diapers for my son so I don't have to take bathroom breaks. Good Lord. Have you ever done that? Haven't you ever just like... Have you ever just like worked through a day and like taken no breaks at all? You just keep working. You're so focused on like getting stuff done that, you know, time kind of escapes you, and then next thing you know, it's the end of the day. I got used to that. Breaks and all that. Don't have time. Got too much to do. Hoss asked that. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Like every day this week has been like, we tried Discord, we tried Zoom. A little bit more. Just a little bit more. I don't want to over-round it. I know the round that it needs, but I just don't want to jump there too fast. Okay, that should work. Let's shrink it. Let's throw it in. The blade looks a little dark. No, it's just dirty. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I've been playing around with a couple of different blades. There's NT has, you know, I don't know if how many more people knew this without really directly saying it, but they're like, carbon blades are sharper. And it's like, I tried some regular carbon blades. The 30 degree, I think, were genuinely better. And some other carbon blade packs they just didn't seem to do anything different. It's like, okay, whatever. But you know what? They make thinner blades. And they have ones that say sharp and ultra sharp. Like, ultra sharp and like super sharp or something. I don't know. But it's like, oh, really? So I got those. And I'll tell you, having a thinner blade for the top is kind of nice. So I'm messing around with that. Why are we doing this? We already kind of, no, let's just keep it on the glass. We shrunk it. Oh, good gravy. Is that good? No, it's good. Okay, cool. That'll work. make sure all these edges are clean. So we got a whole lot of edge on this one. This down here, I gotta be careful on. Because this glass comes down here, and then it rounds right down here. So I'll just make sure that it's not past that. No snap shrink. That's no good. Just go light with it. You're doing it too much. You don't have to do a lot on most windows. It's just like a little bit. But there's another little trick that some people are doing. They call it like double snapping. So the way I do it, and like I've just learned this way, and then I saw what some other people are doing. There's like a slower way of doing that. It's where you basically shrink individual fingers, and then you lift the whole bottom, and then just kind of like smooth it all out with a little bit of heat. So it's a way of like achieving it just with a little bit more time. Oh, so somebody asked if I pulled the panel back on this one. If anything, no, I push the glass forward. So on a lot of frameless doors, they'll kind of like sit back this way, and then that'll put some additional pressure on the seal. But if you push it this way, I don't want to pick up a business phone call. I'm in the middle of a stream. This is like, I'll get to them later. we're just any afternoon Saturday calls. I think I'm gonna ignore today. I get too many that are just like people wake up on a Saturday and they got to get it done today. I want to focus on this. Screw all those. In a nice way. There we go. So where's this edge? Oh, yeah. I got a lot of clearance on that. That's good. So I didn't like I didn't bring it too far down. Nah, 5/8/6. 5/8/6. So it goes in. So I got like a 313 business number because it's like Detroit. Detroit's 313. But I tell you, when I get phone calls from 313 and 5/8/6, a lot of times it's it's price shopping. 248. Those are the ones that you want the most. Well, when will the giveaway be? How will it work? Okay. Sun distributing. Go to that link, and you're gonna add the keg to your cart. So there'll be like something on the home page. You add the keg to the cart. You check out. It's all free to do. Then you're entered in a giveaway. We'll give it away sometime on Tuesday, probably like later Tuesday afternoon. And I I'm going to try and stream it. I don't know what's going to be happening on Tuesday, but we'll try and do... Sun Distributing will be streaming it, so I'll probably do it on mine too. There should be the requirement, only winner if they're on the stream. No, I don't want to do that. Then for like whatever reason, I can't tell you how many times it's like somebody's streaming for like an hour and then I catch it literally at the hour mark and they just stopped. We've been talking about it for like off and on for like a long time. And then I was like, oh yeah, we'll finally go ahead and do that. So we're doing it. My pretty 5-gallon. I'll sign it and we'll send it off to somebody else, and hopefully they tint windows too. You're also welcome to shop around a bit while checking out. No, speed run it. Go to the site, check out, and leave. Just kidding. They like sales too. I miss joking around with you and Patrick. Haven't done tinting in a year. Oh wow. Yeah, these streams are always good fun. All right, I gotta get some film. I gotta cut out this one too. We're going at a snail's pace today, but things are turning out, I'd say, pretty nice. Good deal. Oh, I have an O-ring problem. I don't know what happened, but it keeps blowing an O-ring. So if I disconnect this hose, the O-ring pops out. Maybe we should give that one away instead. I'm kidding. I fixed it. I fixed it like 3 times, and for whatever reason, it keeps popping out. I think it was my other stainless steel connector that messed it up in the first place, but the O-ring looks fine, so I don't know. Put that there. Can you use a torch for cleaning the glass? It doesn't make sense to me. I've heard, the only thing I've kind of heard is, you can use a torch for hydrophobic coatings, but, you're just baking the window. Other than that, you're not doing anything that's gonna help it. I mean, you can try, and then you can report back and let us know what happened. Why do I always get a gap when I hand cut doors? I'm not sure. You're doing it wrong? Oh, where I first put the blade in. Oh, because you're notching it. Raise the blade up a little bit. Because what you're doing is you're putting the blade there, and then you're digging it in. And then, you're putting sideways pressure on it. So it's you're not getting a good start point. You're starting, here, and then you're pressing things over, and then, yeah, you're going to get a little notch there. You can kind of, compensate for that by just pulling the film farther over, so it's not that big of a deal. But just try and press the film a little bit, farther down. Or in, and then put your blade, or just raise your blade a little bit, Little subtle differences there. But that's essentially why it's happening. You're just putting little notches in it. Because that seal is also like flexible. So as you're riding a blade along it, you're putting a little sideways pressure. And then so you're kind of just like working the seal farther over, so a little more practice. Did we get it? Did we get it? I like these ultrafines. They don't snag very much. It's kind of my problem with stainless. And the carbons are still good, but every once in a while you're just trying to cut and you snap a bunch of blades, but for whatever reason you just feel like you're always snagging it. What would you do if a car came in with Arizona baked tint and came off in a million pieces? You gotta make a hard decision there and go, this isn't worth my time. So some people will kind of play defensive with removals like I do as well, but they'll just kind of go on an hourly rate. So most of the time here in Michigan, yeah, just throw a brick at the window. Most people in Michigan, like, we don't have terrible removals unless they're from out of state. Like, yeah, I went down to Texas and I bought this car and I brought it to you. And I'm like, why'd you do that? Of course you did. It's because a lot of cars down south don't get the salt damage and then they bring them back up here. So they get a lovely car and then they just need to get the windows retinted, right? The problem is the tint is so old and baked, it's just a nightmare. So in those cases, it's like pick and choose your battles. If you want to take it on, go for it. I'd go hourly, and a lot of times you can actually, like, the time it'll take you to try and remove the tint off the back, it's just less time and effort and usually cheaper to just replace the back window. Glass shop can cut one of those out, pop a new one in. Doesn't cost a ton of money either. They get new defroster lines. Sometimes it's very worth it to do that. Very worth it. Can you use plastic razor blades on heat lines? Yep, should be fine. Plastic razor blades just aren't very good though. I don't know. You can try them, but it's like a gator blade. It's like they kind of work, but it's not a shortcut to like removing film. The way to like remove old crappy film is to steam it off, get some moisture under there. Garbage bag, I think Simple Green. Most people have been having pretty positive results with that. They used to say 409. I can't tell you the number of times I've tried 409 with literally 0 results. Just not super fun. Hard part is getting the film off the glass. If you get the film off the glass, adhesive, no problem. There's lots of or a handful of good adhesive removers that all do the job. So it's just spray it, scrub, and a little bit of work to like dig all that out, and it'll be kind of messy, but it'll definitely work. I picked up some simple green too. I haven't had a chance to really try it yet, but I do have it. There's just a bunch of times where I saw somebody doing a removal, and they're like, simple green trash bag, and I left it out in the sun for an hour. Came back, and it fell off the glass. And I'm like, okay, cool, I'll try that. Except we don't have sun here, so that's a problem. Can't do that in the, like now. What is it? What is the temperature? It is currently, like 40, 41. That's close to freezing. Close enough. No fun. All right, what do I need? Got those things and my sprayer. We should be good to go. Is it easier to remove old tint if it's only been on for 3 months? Not really. It can be. It's not going to be as baked, but it could leave a lot of glue behind. So it totally depends. Every tint is different. And we don't have, like, I've taken off old films that have just literally fallen off the glass. And it's, like, the best. This is, you just, like, you set it up for, like, 2 hours. And then it just all pulls off the glass. And you're like, oh, dang. Sweet. Well, my day just got way easy. And then you have ones that you feel like are going to be easy, and then they just start flaking apart. I did this Mercedes the other day. I don't know, a window was peeling. That's as far as I knew. And like, I remember the vehicle. I remember I tinted the front doors in limo. Turned into a whole dumb situation. It was like, yeah, we have one window on this Mercedes. Is there any way you can help us out? It's peeling. And I was like, oh yeah, that's fine. It's a good time to handle stuff like that. Yep, I'll be out. I'll get it done. Okay, cool. So then I run out there, like a week later. We set it up. Turns out to be limo. Of course, on front doors, I bring 20 and 35 just in case. Turned out to be one of the only vehicles where I did limo on the front doors. And they left 20 on the back, factory. It was like a Mercedes. It was super dumb. So they had to follow me to my shop where I did it here. And the thing about it was I go to remove this film, and I remember when I tinted it. Like, I didn't tint it very long ago. So it's probably been on there for like 6 months to like a year at this point. Probably a year. Because I haven't been at Symbol for a while. So time goes by pretty quick. So it's probably been on there for like a year. But this film was not my film. So at some point, they had it replaced with a different film. Because this film was super thin. So it wasn't very old, but it was very thin and very, like, it just was coming off in small little pieces. It was just, should have taken me like a couple minutes to remove the film and then you scrape all the glue off. It took me probably about half an hour just to get the film off the glass. Because it was just piece after piece after piece. What a nightmare. Try and do something nice. And you get all of that. No fun. So, moral of that story. Doesn't matter how long it's been on the car, really. Any film can be a nightmare to remove, but generally speaking, most will come off. Unless they've been on there for cheaper baking in Florida or somewhere down south. It's not super fun. Compliance stickers? No, yeah, we don't need them. We don't have yearly inspections. You go, you get your vehicle registered, and you just got to pay to renew that every year. So they still get your money. They just do it with less effort. They just don't even look at your car. They just trust that it's fine. If there's something obviously wrong with it, cop's going to give you a ticket for it, and then that's that. I mean, it's obnoxious enough to have to go to, like, Secretary of State and get that renewed. They do have those machines, so if you stay on top of it, you can go in there, get it renewed without having to stand in line for, like, 5 hours. No water concern? No, we covered it. See? That's why we cover it right there. It's covered. Except all the one that's stripping in there. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's part of the process. If you couldn't do that, we wouldn't be tinting your windows. Or we'd remove them entirely. Like some countries do. Aw, this looks good. Sweet. Back door. It's going pretty good. We got one more to cut out and install. See, on this, I should have used a 36. I have a 24. It's a little bit of extra waste, but whatever. I miss using them doors. It's a dark looking 30. I can pull out a meter and show you. $35. So that means it should look even lighter than that. Maybe it's my lighting. Or maybe you need to turn up the brightness on your phone. Alright. So we can pull this guy down. We are almost creating a gap. Whew. That would have sucked. See that? It's just getting a little close. 24-inch roll, still find a way to get it short. I'm gonna scooch it just a bit. Just a bit. Tack it back down. How booked are you? I'd like to get my car tinted before the 18th. What's the date today? What's the 20th? So if you're talking about December, then we definitely can get you in. There's no problem. Calling it right now. I'm going to play around with these blades a little bit more. I've always had some type of hang up using a stainless steel blade rounding corners like that. Thinner blade, that is all of a sudden a little bit easier to do. I'm impressed. That's cool. You guys will see me. I'll sometimes fumble around with the corners a little bit too much. And I'm like, it just always seems like it's snagging. Snap a bunch of blades off, change it off. Doesn't matter. So, carbon blade with the asterisk. These are thin and sharp. So they're specifically thinner and sharper. I don't know. I'll show you. It's actually pretty cool to see the pack. I get used to seeing blades being one size all this time. And then you see the same pack size, and then they have to put foam padding in it because they're so much thinner. It takes up about half or a third. December, I have my honeymoon, and it definitely needs tinted for the drive. All right, yeah, for sure. Yeah, my schedule is not super booked right now, so we can get you in. Okay, so around that one, just a teeny tiny bit more. Everything else is looking good. Just a little bit. I'm gonna take that edge off. You need to put something on the other side. Cool. There we go. That should do it. That should do it. Do you have any opinions on 44 Tools or other tool distributors? Well, my favorites are Tint Depot and Sun Distributing. Both of those are solid. I don't have anything bad to say about 44 Tools. They're a pretty good company too. There's quite a few of them. But Sun Distributing, Tint Depot, they help support this channel too. So they definitely get some special treatments. And but they treat people very, very well too, because if they didn't, then that wouldn't work out so much, would it? But yeah, Tint Depot, Sun Distributing, which we're doing a tint keg giveaway. Why didn't it pop up? Sun Distributing. We have to be more clear. There it is. So this one just has a little bit more to shrink. So that's why this one is taking a little bit longer. And when it's doing that, you're kind of doing a couple things. You're drying it out a little bit so it can shrink faster. But this isn't going to be an easy thing to see. And you kind of smooth it out and see how the bottom edge is looking. And then when you get to that point, yeah, like that, some little ripples right there, straighten those out. But you can always check it after you dry it out that much. So I want to make sure everything lays down pretty evenly, looks smooth. Ta-da! A little one right there. So that would have likely popped up on the inside. still something that you can touch up on the inside, but when it's sitting here, might as well touch it up on the outside. Did we put some plastic? We didn't. Oh. Yeah, it's right there. Okay. So, we saw lots of black from the seals, like these. They start to disintegrate over time. And you know, little things, every time you open and close that door, it gets hot outside, there's dirt that sticks there. It's just rubbing on those seals all the time. So whenever I see stuff like that, I will definitely take a razor in place of just using like a plastic scraper. Then you know it's all been cleaned. You see, it's almost like paint. You wouldn't think it'd be so dirty, but this is just kind of what can build up over time. You can get this off with the rag, clay bar. Clay bar will just kind of work in there a little bit better, but they're not laminated either, so with enough elbow grease, scrub pad, work all that crap out of there. Because the way we install these, we kind of start over. You start kind of over the top edge and then drag it down a little bit. Where a lot of windows, I'll start right below the top and work my way up. It's just the way that we install it on these, it's frameless, so it's easier to just try and tuck the whole thing into the bottom. I've never been able to like two-stage frameless windows very effectively. On these ones, it wouldn't be too bad. On something like a Camaro, it just with the edge on the side, ugh, okay. No, that never worked out well for me. I've seen it done. No good. No good for me. I don't understand it. We'll throw that on the ground and then we'll trip on it. Swing! So I'll still try and keep some of this off of the top. It likes to roll up on itself. But leaving it off the top, at least less film is kind of like sliding across the glass, so it can be a little bit easier to get it in place that way, if you can manage. Nice. Pretty cool. So it wants to slide on me. Tuck. Thank you. Keep an eye on it while you're squeegeeing it out. Any little shifting, try and correct it before you squeegee too much out, or else it'll be not so fun. Once it tacks up, then you're just going to be pulling the whole thing back. So I added some extra soap. It was something sticky in my Camry window channel. What? The window channel in my Camry, every time I open it, it scares the heck out of me. I don't know. I mean, it's not something I usually come across, but there definitely can be stuff that just gets stuck to the window and then goops up on your seal. Try and figure out how to take it apart and maybe clean it out. It would be the best option for you. Easy money. Oh, you know. Just tinting some windows. Whoa. Look at that. What's your number one tip for a beginner? Good question. 'Cause I don't have a good answer. There is no like singular one tip for a beginner. It's like you're gonna get frustrated. Just know everybody else has been frustrated too. We all deal with problems, so don't beat yourself up about problems. We all have them. You'll have more than people that have been tinting for a while, but like everybody that's started tinting, it was tough for everybody. I don't have any singular, like there's no magic here. It's all just skill and hard work. A lot of subtle practice and things. Like a lot of like little subtle movements and stuff like that you can just learn over time. What is that? Oh, is that speckles? Oh, that's probably from that top edge. I just noticed it. I got a little bit of specklage right there. Dang it. Hang on. We're gonna do one more tour. I was walking by and the light hit it right on that very top. Okay, so how long before window tint? Ooh, that's got some grip. This should mostly peel clean. We got a little bit. See, even with within like the first half an hour to an hour, it can tack up pretty bad. I had a little bit of specklage up there that I didn't notice before. You tint it, it looks good, you let it all sit for a little bit, and then you start to notice stuff after a minute if it's not all perfect. So we were cleaning a lot of crap off the top, and there's probably just a little bit more there than I thought. Or, you know, just one of those things. Who knows how it happened exactly, but it happened. So we're going to redo that one. Sorry, boys. Not moving on to the back window quite yet. I think we'll do the back window and then we'll wrap up with the windshield. So we'll go ahead and clean this a little bit because we had some glue stickage in a couple of spots. Mostly right along this top edge. Wouldn't that suck to get that back in there? So don't get frustrated. No, it's okay. Things are actually going pretty well on this. We're making, like, just as far as general time on all this, like, I planned for a lot longer. So as long as, I think the two, so the windshield and the back window, if those, like, put some extra time, as long as those go pretty straightforward, then I got no worries here. I just don't like to see that, because I feel like I almost missed it. It was definitely some specklage up there. This guy drove in all the way from Wisconsin. That's a long way for a tint job. He saw the stream. He drove all the way out here. How cool is that? Okay, I'm gonna change this blade too. So, I don't have time to pull up the links though. Please tell me this isn't. Yes? Oh, it's all dragged here. That's why it looked off center. Okay. Cool, we're fine. So like these blades, I can show you easier with these ones. So this is a regular pack of stainless steel that I use. And you can see how they take up most of the pack. So with I've used a handful of these blades, but you see this blue line right here? That's a little piece of foam. The blades basically took up this much space. So still had about like a third of the pack of empty space. That's how much thinner these blades are. Which I think is, like, they're definitely flimsy because they're thinner, but ultra sharp. I think that's cool. Oh yeah, he's hanging out in chat too. I figured he was. But yeah, he's yeah, he's scheduled kind of on stream. So we talked about it on stream a little bit, and then yep, sure enough, came in. Gotta make sure it goes out right the first time. But that's what we always try and do, so. That's a pretty, like, not quite something I thought would, yeah, it's a possibility, but like, still, it's a long way. Okay. We can't have them speckles. Yes, we do have enough. Dun, 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 dun. Cool. All right. Let's give this thing a good chopping. See if we can round that corner. That'd be fun. New blade. slides right off the glass. Good times. It's when you think about it. See, if you don't think about it too much, then it goes pretty well. But when you're focused on it, that's when you like start getting jittery. We didn't make it around the corner. Too awkward. There we go. We got around part of it. And then I go, see, I like to do, if I miss the corner, I'll go one way and then I'll go the other way. And I'll get as close to connecting it as I can. So that way, when we finish things off here, it's not a big deal. Like, it's just a real simple connection here. Neat. Heat gun. Where's that? It's on the other side. Time is it? 12:30. There we go. Looking pretty good. What time did we even start? How long have we been live? We had to be over an hour and a half at this point, I think. What have we been doing? See, so in most cases, if it was all frameless 4 doors and then a back window, wouldn't be too much longer. The thing is, it's a very difficult back window and a pretty difficult windshield. So combine those two things, and that's where you get a really long stream. 2 hours! What have we been doing? Okay. Spray the top a little more. So everything's clean. We cleaned it once. We took care of the top edge a little bit more. So this time around, should go nice. Oh yeah, we did the prep too. See? Look at that. Thinking ahead. that bottom edge low. Almost to where you're tucking it in. Though you don't have a lot to mess around with. So these points here, it's like on some frameless doors, the corner that corner right here, that's where like both those seals can meet. That's where sometimes I'll have a bit of a difficult problem. Especially when I'm trying to, if I two-stage them that way. It just doesn't work out very often. Ooh, that's nice. Why do you shrink that way? Flattens the bottom really well. So, for a long time, I used to shrink like individual fingers. And that was just the way that I was taught to shrink doors. And I saw some people shrink the top. It wasn't until much later that I saw somebody come in from another shop. And then he's like, yeah, they showed me this. And they called it snap shrinking. And I was like, ooh, that's handy. All he did was like shrink the middle. So just like curled it a little bit. And he's like, that's all you need. I was like, sold. So it kind of like, it's all not, I guess a way to describe it, it's like, it's almost like stretching fabric over something. So it's just like the way that it all just kind of like locks down to the glass. It's really, really good. Where individual fingers, it's like you'll shrink one here, shrink one here, shrink one here, and then it's just kind of resting on it. So they still dry and adhere to the glass, but it's kind of that initial like locking it down. It solved a big problem I had with frameless windows at the time. So when I first did, what was that, Camaros, Mustangs. Mustangs were like not so bad, but the Camaros had a really bad tight spot on the back edge. And then a handful of other vehicles all had, like, were coming out with the shifty windows. I thought it was the dumbest, most annoying design ever. It was driving me crazy. So a bunch of automakers started doing that. It became a little bit of a trend. And then right along that time, actually, that's when I found out about snap shrinking. We should have taken this off already. So there's that. Let's clean up some scraps. We're going to be working on, I think, the back window now. So we got some doors. They all look really good. I'm happy with them. We fixed that one. So technically did five sets of doors. Individually cut. So there's a big time difference there. If we double cut them all together, it would have gone much faster. It's just a nitpicky thing for me. I like if I have that extra time and stuff, I like to just single cut all the frameless all the time, and then the top edges turn out a little bit more uniform on all of them because they're all to spec. They're all to each one. So let's grab our 60. That's this guy. That is. Now you guys know about how tall I am. Oh, it's a big boy. Who's the winner for the keg? It's still going, so we don't have any official winners yet, so there's still time to join. Squeegees. Gotta love them. So this all just goes here, and then make sure that it's high enough for sure. If the world's worst luck, but just hoping. I never win giveaway either. I haven't really, like, I have mixed feelings about giveaways. But that one's kind of a special deal, so we'll finally give it away. Some people are pretty excited about it, so I never win them either. Let's make sure this is close. It's lined up here. Oh, you big old piece of glass, you. Wow, I actually got that like mostly in the center. So on a Model 3, we need to shrink it on the sides. So that's why we put the roll that way too, because it's not, would it actually reach? I don't know. It'll probably reach actually. But you have much more space this way than this way. So taking all the film and trying to shrink out the bottom is just not fun at all. But trying to shrink it out the sides makes it a lot more manageable. Still a fair amount to shrink, but easier. Are wagons harder to tint or sedans? Some wagons are really not fun. Especially because like certain car makers make wagons and certain do not. So like VW wagons aren't especially super fun to do. Audi wagons aren't especially fun to do. I thought it would only shrink from the side or from the factory edge. It is. We flipped it sideways when we unrolled it. So the factory edge is no longer on the top and bottom. Factory edge is on the sides. You're absolutely right. So get yourself these things too, because if you're not super tall, it's going to be a little bit of a stretch. It's good to have a little bit more height on that. So we're going to put our tool belt down to kind of get it out of the way, and let's see how this goes. Might have to create a wet line on this too. I feel like this is like too tall, but not so bad. Just gotta get in close. See, look at all that. Look at all this shit I gotta do today. So it'll mostly be easy up to a certain point, and that's where like a lot of film will start bunching together. So it'll seem real easy. And they're not bad. Like, they look more intimidating really than they are. But there's still a point where sometimes it can be kind of annoying. If you have TintWiz, do you need QuickBooks? For processing payments, you need something. So they have a good integration with QuickBooks if you use it. I use... What do I use right now? Zelle? Zettel? No, it's Zettel. That's what it is. So that's worked out. I used to just use PayPal here, and then they kind of, I don't know if they slowly started dropping support or acquired Zettel, and that's somehow different, but my rates are lower with Zettel. and they work great. And it's like, deposits are like same day. Oh, PayPal here was like instantaneous deposits. Settle is like end of day. I wake up and the money's there. So that's been pretty cool. It was kind of like, I was looking for whoever had a nice looking reader that wasn't overly expensive. So like they had a nice looking reader, low rates, and it kind of integrated with like a tablet. So I have a tablet on a little swivel over there. I'm not doing this super well right now. There we go. I'm not really focused on it. I mean, I am, but I'm not. I should have just came down here for this part. What I mean is I'm not getting a good angle on it. It's kind of pointed more straight down and needs to go a little bit this way. But I'm all on bench ladder. So up there, it's super helpful. Down here, just come down here. It's easy to get to. Where can I get them blades? Well, I'm sure Sun Distributing is going to start carrying them sooner or later once they hear about them. I picked them up off of Amazon. NT Cutter's got all their blades on Amazon, and it was one of those things where it's like, I kind of occasionally will look around for other types of blades just to see if anybody's come out with like 30-degree stainless steel or something. And then I saw these like ultra sharp ones, and I'm like, I gotta pick those up and try them out. Oh, look at that. We're already getting to the edge. That's nice. Where did the carbon... That's a good question. It's like my own mental question. Why did the carbon take us so long versus Pro Nano? Pro Nano is a really nice shrinking ceramic too. Okay, now I'm far enough to the edge. I don't need to do that anymore. You guys want to see me look like a total noob with this back window against somebody who really knows what the fuck they're doing with these? Check out Best Deal Window Tints channel. He's got this back window down in like 3 minutes. So minute 30 on both sides, like identical. Did it with like a heat gun and then did it with like a torch. It was such a cool video. We don't have a lot of practice with these. I get more regular cars. So every once in a while we get a Model 3. But not bad. We're making okay time on this. It's going nice and even though. I'm not trying to set any records here. Woo! See that? That's what happens when you get carried away with your heat. But luckily it's out. It's out. So we're all good on that. See, this is just a regular back window. This is how it would look. Now I gotta go on this. Do I have enough? We'll see. Dang. I want to like skateboard this. Been getting a lot of Model 3s where they only want to do half the back window. That's so weird to me. Like, I get saving the money on it, but it looks, I think it's so ugly. I mean, it's a mixed feelings on the Tesla brand. It's like they're trying to make all the cars more affordable, and that's cool. But they're still like in that premium range, and just their design is like, yeah, let's put a giant piece of glass on the top. So like, they look super cool, and they're like super impressive if you're just like standing there in the showroom. But like with the Model X, that giant ass windshield, that would drive me crazy to drive with. Holy shit, I can't tell you how many times we close the sunroof on anything that we own. Not because of heat, just because of it's bright. I could tint it more, but I like kind of where it's at. I like that 20% look. But there's just some times a day where it's just like, it's just irritating. I just want to close it up. But if your whole car is glass, it's like it's all open all the time. So they factory tint what they're allowed to on this thing, because there's rules on sedans. So like everything on the top. But yeah, they don't give you a good space to split this. So you kind of just like go along that. It's so ugly. A nice 20%, a nice 35%. I'll limo it out if you want to, but just doing half is like... Oh, hello, charge port. Whoa! Dang it, charge port. You just like bump it just a little bit, and then it wants to... It's like, oh, hi, I'm here. Nope, sorry. Always cool you share your technique. Oh, you're welcome. I don't mind. We'll get there to the end one of these days. Is Pronano worth it? God damn it, I just did it again. Just give it that slight little tap and it's like, hello. Is Pro Nano worth it compared to Carbon and 5? The specs are pretty close. Well, it depends on what you're going for. I haven't actually put them side by side, but yeah, the more carbon you add, the more IR. So you can definitely get probably the same amount of heat rejection, but you gotta go 5%. But if you're looking for 5% anyways, then shoot, just, yeah. Go for something like that. You'll probably be a little bit better off with a ceramic, but I haven't actually put them side by side and tested, but I mean, that's kind of the deal with ceramic, is like you can go in any shade and get good heat rejection. You don't have to go dark. So that's the target market there. Just a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. See, I'd love to have one of these here and just not care. That way I could actually just kind of practice on one of these and go a little faster, or if I had more of them regularly, I'd probably do a handful of them off stream. And like, but, you know, it's ceramic. I don't really just want to go and destroy a big old piece of ceramic just to see how fast I can shrink one of these. So, even then, I don't think it would be anything notable. It's just like, you know, I'm so used to doing regular back windows that doing one of these in comparison is like way slow. But that's it. She's all shrunk. Go and touch up this side just a little bit. So the next scary part is installation. We do that, no problem. There we go. Let's smooth that little guy out. Same for that one. Smooth that little guy out. Then this is what a burn looks like. So we just got a little carried away with the heat, but it's so off the edge that that doesn't hurt anything. As long as you're in your lines, it's like coloring inside the lines, then you're totally fine. So that's it. It's all shrunk. Let's cut it out. Let's get this puppy installed. Can you over shrink the corner? Mm-hmm. Yep, you can over shrink any part of it. How do you feel about those Tint School ads? You guys get ads on YouTube? Yeah, you gotta pay for premium, man. You know, you'd think YouTube would like give creators premium for some reason, but no, I still gotta pay for it. Oh, I love premium. It's so worth the time. I hate clicking the skip button. I love background play. I don't see any ads on YouTube. They have a handful that creep in there that annoy me. So they'll put like sometimes search results in there. Or other little sponsored things that they try and squeak in there from time to time. But I haven't seen any ads play over my video, so I have no idea what gets played over them. But I've heard good things. I just never saw the program. There's value in a well-structured course, though, for sure. I mean, here you see everything that's getting done, and you can ask whatever questions that you want, but I don't have time to sit down and explain every little in and out. It's just mistakes happen when they happen. We'll correct for them, but there's lots of stuff that is happening that you might not really understand until like you make those mistakes yourself or play around with it on your own, or until it is explained in a way. So like if you're trying to learn how to do it, there's definitely value in having a course. Like I said, I haven't seen the course, but I've heard good things. They're legit. There's people that have gotten their business started. Oh, sorry. If I need to tilt my head down a little bit more. Yeah, I cut right in the middle. I cut right in the middle or closer to the edge. Kind of just depends on how much room I have to work with. So I put the glass aid right on the edge, and then so when you cut in the middle of it, you get a nice little overlap border, and that's what you want. Look at that. Sweet. Who wants a picture frame ceramic Model 3? How much? Does anybody know how much those back windows are? Kind of want to buy one and just put it on the wall. Then throw it on a stand, and then we can try shrinking stuff on it. Because one of the biggest things is like I can't really, it's hard to do like a fair film review, but I could do some stuff, like to do shrinking comparisons between one film and another, but they all might look oddly similar. We're gonna all the way back here. Boom. Is that corner overshrunk? Nope. Nope. Sometimes you need a little water, or it just lifted, like when I was literally pulling the, so it like went in the air, and then you put it back down and it stays down. As long as you can get everything to lay down or close to it, you'll be totally fine on the inside. So like this, I could install this and then take a heat gun and touch it up on the inside. What'll really screw you up is burns and spots that are overshrunk. So the goal of shrinking is just to get everything to look smooth, but you don't have any adhesive here. There's nothing that is sticking this down to the glass other than having some thing underneath it. But it's not exposed yet. Like, we haven't peeled the liner. So this is just like the natural tension of the film. And then you just, see? Just smooth it out. And it's all good. So I made a big cut liner on the whole thing. And I did a lot of shrinking here. So just put some heat, smooth all that down. How do you touch up from the inside? I just take a heat gun and just warm that area up and press it down. A lot of what you're trying to do is just dry the water out of it. Oh, I should use a different blade for this part. I gotta notch a couple things. We don't want to do it with that one. Because this is gonna go straight from the car. Oh, I could do this a couple of ways, but I want to be able to see what I'm doing. See that guy right there? That little bump right there? So if you're going to cut, use stainless steel and be very light about it. But that notch right there, you want to make sure. It's like the old school defroster grids where they always put those little bumps in there. Like 2010. There we go. Boom, and we got it notched, so that's not going to be a problem. So my only issue, I think, at this point is going to be my PVC pipe that I have. Totally forgot about this. So it's just sitting in the corner here since the last one that I did. I don't know if this is too wide or just wide enough. I should check. Oh, no, this is probably the small piece of that, so this should work real well. So I had a PVC pipe, and it was a little wide on the last install that I did. And so when you're trying to put it all the way to the bottom or as far down as you can, it started hitting the paneling on the side. And that was something I didn't realize until I was like already there. So it's like, it's go time. So the way that we're gonna do this is we're going to get that out of the way. We're gonna put the seats down. We're gonna cover some stuff up a little bit, and then clear as much space as we can. And we're gonna roll from the top all the way down to the bottom, and then we're gonna roll it from the bottom all the way to the top. So we're gonna like roll it all up, and this will add some structure to it. So there's going to be a fair amount of cleaning involved. Pop these down, and then we'll throw a towel in there too. So if I had a little bit more space, I think I'd leave those up. This is like one of the very few cars where I'm just going to put everything down like that, and then we'll grab some towel, throw it over the back. Cross our fingers on most of this. Tool belt will definitely get in the way, so we're going to throw that back here, and then just oh look, we got a little squeegee. And get a little bit of an ab workout today. Aww.
Garrett Uplegger super chatted $5. As a fellow tinter, I wanted to say thank you. Not only for what you do, but chatting with us, answering questions. Thanks, my dude.
Aw, thanks, Garrett. I appreciate that a lot. You're very welcome. Thank you so much for the 5. I really appreciate that. So I'm going to try and do my best on the GoPro here, but, you know, I don't have a lot of space to work with. Why do I have a razor blade? Oh, no, I picked it up. I don't know why I have it. I did it for something else. We're not razor blading that. That would be absurd. Scrubby, and probably a clay bar, and then we'll just kind of see how it all goes. So we got an extra one here. This is, we're going to have to clean that one up a bunch. Let's get a new one. We'll even put it on a pad here, because we haven't done that in a minute. This, and spray, squeegee, probably a bulldozer, this. A lot of the same tools that we always use. There's that. Let's grab just a spare towel here. And going in. We're gonna get a bath. Okay, so there's my tool belt too. We're gonna get a little bit of a bath when we do this. We really should probably have the outside of this kind of prepped too, so that way it'll just save us a little time. So let me do that too. We'll squeegee the outside of this, try and clean it off. Da, 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 da. And pretty much done with most of these. Are we? No, we still might need it. I don't know. What's the other rear? What's that on the rear corner windows? They're like stick-on louvers. Just kind of like accent pieces, like carbon fiber stick-on louvers. So these are going to stay here. And the only way to really cut those out now is going to be one of two things. Either we kind of throw a scrap piece in there and then draw on it, or we plot them. Something like that, basically. You need to create a template because, you know, at this point, double-sided stick tape on. You could try and remove them, but there's space on the inside. Kind of like Mustangs. You'll see that's not all the time on Mustangs, but every once in a while somebody will come in with like plastic louvers on them. It's that old school look. But on this one, it's all edgy and carbon fiber. Can we just not clean the inside? We'll just clean the outside and throw this on the inside and then move on. So this little guy, let's move it over this way. My felt card's in the car. We just need to smooth that out. And it's definitely cooled off. At least this size has. Oh my god. Let's make a little like pocket here for my feet. You know, for as big as this window is, they at least give you some space. Oh god, it's too early for a shower. Yep, see those little nubbins right there? Scrub it. You know, I laughed because it was a triangle-shaped scrubber. It's like, of course it is because it's tri-edge. How helpful can that be? And then I used it, and I'm like, oh, there's lots of little areas where it's helpful. But take the Velcro off because that drives me nuts. Squeegee. Oh, what do we do about this? Can we just like blanket over ourselves? Do we forget the towel? Oh no! That's not bad. I need to get those pads for cleaning my windows. They're helpful. They make a couple of different what's the word? Scrubbinesses? The tan ones, I think, are not quite as scrubby as the blue ones, or like vice versa. I don't know. Something like that. They're both really, really good. And they're non-scratch for glass, so they're about as scrubby as they can be. You could also stop with tinting and just take a nap. You know, I see so many streamers that just get to sit in front of a computer, and I'm like, man, I gotta do that. We gotta turn into a React channel. I'm working too hard. So I'm actually looking to kind of do that a little bit. So I want to be able to, like, after a car, hang out on stream for like another half hour to an hour. And like we could maybe look through the Facebook group. And then also, I don't know, I have to come up with a couple ideas. So watch some other tint videos or other videos. Then I can make a video from it. I think that'd be helpful for me. Okay. So that's pretty cleaned. Just the edge. I hate doing that, but you could show your baby videos. No. We need some meme topical stuff. But maybe within the range of this channel. Because, like, what video did really well? The Amazon mirror video did, like, incredibly well. So, like, stuff kind of like that. Okay. What do we do now? PVC. We put that on the floor. We gotta peel this. So, we'll get that later. Yeah, we shouldn't have taken these away. You making any other money off of the lives? No, ad revenue is really, really low on them. And it's not really about that. It's about, like, just general channel growth, I guess. If that makes sense. Should. Oh, there we go. Use the sprayer. Because what the lives are really good for is, like, community, hangout, interaction, but they don't really grow the channel. Channel kind of, like, is on this trajectory that's just kind of like, it's doing fine, but there's always, like, when you put out one of those videos, it goes like for a little bit. So I want something in between. I want something that we can just, like, hang out. We can have some laughs, have some fun, but it's not so much work to do. And then I can turn it into a video. And then that kind of, like, hits a little bit, has a chance of hitting a wider audience, and can just generally grow the channel. Because if you're not growing the channel, there's always, like, people coming in and out, right? The same viewers, there'll be people that'll stick with always, but then there's always, like, this natural churn to any channel. So it's like you always have to kind of be focused on growing it. And then the only thing that really does super well is, like, those types of videos. But I don't want this to be just one of those channels. So live streams are always first. And then whatever fun we can kind of build into that is what I'm looking for. So if we don't slip on me now. So this should, right? I'm like, I have to think here. I'm really annoyed. I'm like, wait, if I reverse roll it this way, is this, like, the right way? And it's like, duh, of course it is. So all the PVC pipe does is add structure. Where the first one of these that I did without one of them, it was just like, oh, it's so heavy. So much water weight trying to bend the sides down. So we're gonna just try our best to manage all this. But reverse rolling at least gives you the opportunity to manage things a little bit better. See? And then it rolls off the back. And what we're gonna do is we're just gonna carry this in. We probably could do all of this on the inside.
K_K_ super chatted $10. You got this.
It's backwards. Why do we carry it in backwards? Thank you for that super. It came at a good time. I missed part of it. K underscore. You got this. Oh, I just had a thought. I just had a really annoying thought here. Part of my problem was not the PVC. It was also just the sheer width of the roll. Duh. So, at least we got some structure though. So, we'll mostly get this in. Two hands. Lots of balance. That makes so much sense now. And then try not to be afraid of it. Peel up that what really got me too is that liner. Last time I couldn't get this film all the way to the bottom before I had to start rolling. Isn't it better to start from the top and work your way down? Not from what I've seen. First one I tried was that. This is, you want to get something on the glass. So if you can get something on the glass, it'll make it like a lot more doable. Because the trick to reverse rolling, really just getting your film mostly lined up, and then from there, everything will just kind of sort itself out as long as you just can work it smoothly. Look at that. Nice. So let's make sure. I need a towel. Some grip. There we go. We got some wiggle on it too. So then any little small movements to get those edges all tucked in, it'll all be manageable. That's like the hardest. It's the hardest part about it all. Just getting it in place. You get it in place. Oh yeah, and making sure a fly doesn't go in the tint. That's also the biggest problem. Hopefully we don't speak too soon, but so if, as you're bringing the film into the car, if it brushes against the towel, would you immediately turn it away? No. No, you can try and flush it out. Like if you... I'd just still go for it and see what you got. And then just try and sweep it out or something. This is an incredibly big, obnoxious window. So, there's gonna be something. I mean, we can try and try and try and get as perfect as ever, but there's probably always gonna be something on it. And when you talk about the top area, it's already tinted on the outside, so it's not something you're really going to see unless you're looking for it on the inside. So there's some little wiggle room there. But that being said, you still want to do, you know, we do as good of a job as we can. We don't want it to be crappy looking at all. We don't want any imperfections. But if I'm speaking blunt about that, I'd say that to anybody. They ask me over the phone, will this turn out 100% perfect? No, they never do. But I will try my damnedest to get as close to perfect as I possibly can. So if anything, we went a little wide on some of these edges. We could have cut them a little bit slimmer. but it's got some room. Oh, I like just like breathed in some soapy water there. Whew. That's fresh. I'll tell you, compared to the other last one that I did, as far as install goes, I'd make a couple little adjustments. Now that, shit, this is Model 3, number 3 or 4. So, like, I just don't get them. But I really like the way that this all unrolled on the glass. The only thing is I'd probably try and unroll a little bit more before I placed it where I did, because I'm like a dummy. I was thinking about the width of that PVC pipe, and really I didn't consider all the rest of it that I'm kind of cramming there from the top. So it's like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Unroll a little bit more, get it in place. But I got a good hold on that liner, because the other problem that happened on our last Model 3 install was, like, I was jumbling around with the film, and I'm trying to slide around the tint to line it up, but then that liner is sliding all over the film. So what I did is, very early on, I worked my hands underneath that liner, kind of positioned it a little bit better, and then I just kept moving that whole liner up with the film. And next thing I know, when I get to the end, all the film is up here, and then I've got my liner, and just we threw it right out of the car. It wasn't a problem anymore. So the other reason too, I like going from bottom here to top versus top to bottom, is the first one that I installed off a suggestion was top to bottom. But when you start, it all starts to go well. You kind of get it in place and you start going here. Everything is bunching up here, and there's nowhere for that extra film to go. So there's probably a way you can pull it early and it'll work out for some people. I got myself into a hell of a spot where I'm like, the film is just falling, and this is all exposed. It was just not pretty, man. Not pretty at all. Cool. And there's that. So, I guess my other concern is the frosters. Probably got a couple little things that are going to pop up on them. Let's check it out. Ugh. These are dusty back here. Now they look all nice and clean. Oh shit. This fell out of the car. Let's put that there. Well, that's always like, what do we got? We got a little guy right there that can be pressed out. You didn't have the defroster on? No. These, I don't know. I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous to throw the defrosters on. I haven't had people tell me that helps with anything. I have, like, seen a handful of, like, little peanuts and stuff that pop up along those bottom defroster lines, but I've never seen anybody kick on the defrosters before installing it. So I don't do that unless I know there's kind of a problem ahead of time. And on this one, it's a big piece of glass. So I was just more apprehensive about, like, getting it stuck in a spot that I can't free up. I'd rather just get this on. We're still getting used to these a little bit. I mean, shit, it's 1:30. We're actually doing all right, though. We did one of these live, and I think the whole stream was like 5 hours or something. I have to stop a little bit before the edge because the water's got nowhere to go. We can't close the doors. Woo! That looks good. That looks real good. Yay. Look at that. See, it all looks perfect, but that's all the tinted part. It's when you get to the only little part that's all exposed. That's looking good. Yay. There's a couple little, I'm going to press water out a little bit more. All this is looking like it's sticking down. That's nice. We got one little finger there. There's a little bit of a gap at the bottom. So it's not for a window, for a back window, you have a little bit more freedom with this kind of stuff. Like if that was at the bottom of a charger, a little bit more annoying. On this, I can actually get a handled squeegee all the way down there, which is kind of not the case for a lot of back windows. We're probably gonna have to change a battery here pretty soon too. I like it. Nice. Yay. That's a big relief there, because we've done a number of we're a handful. We've done a handful of Tesla windshields. So I'm not so worried about that. It was really just, let's make sure we got the back window all situated. Once we got that. Yeah, a couple little things. Little guy popping up there. We'll have to heat him up. Make sure it locks down before it goes. And the rest of it looking good. Yep, see this little one right there? That's fine. We'll heat that up. Let it stick for a little bit. And we'll heat it up, press it out. Windshield. We got to do those back ones too. So I haven't forgot. We'll get to that soon enough. I'll go back to the back window. I want to start working on this windshield though. Those little windows aren't going to take long. I probably got to change a battery here too. Canon. Let's see. This whole thing has been falling sideways for like a little while now. Let me do that actually. Let me go ahead and that's more than good. We're going to shut this off. Shut this off. Unplug. We'll get this. F King sick. Thank you. Yeah, it's going well. Let's pop this, because this thing's going to die. I'm going to be in the middle of this windshield, and then it's just going to, like, burn out on me. So let's give this a little bit of a refresher. We have been live for a little bit longer than we normally are. 3 hours at this point. Yep. Woo. Turn these on. Turn the GoPro. Have a sip of coffee. Canon. I was just catching up on business too. I tinted an old car today. No matter how many times I cleaned it, would not stop the contamination. I'm depressed. It's just how old cars can be. They're enormously tricky. You can tape the sides. I mean, there's old and then there's like real old and stuff that have been going up and down dirt roads. Like, it's just tough. So there's going to be some level of dirt that's going to be acceptable, but you're going to, there's tolerances there. Don't beat yourself up too bad. Just a little bit. I'm kidding. Okay, cool. We got a fresh battery in here. How do you sharpen your hard cards? I don't really use hard cards, so I don't have to sharpen them. I'll use like tri-edge cards and some other stuff, but I don't really use hard cards anymore. Most people will sand them. There we go. Cool. Oh, I can... Oh my god. I totally forgot. I gotta open up this thing because there's no hole back here. I was wondering why it was not coming out. Did you use PVC tube for the back window? I did, actually. I think it helps a lot. So it's sitting over here right now. But yeah, I think this helped a lot because I've tried doing this window once without it, and the film on the edges is falling all over the place. This gives it enough structure because when you're reverse rolling it, there's a ton of water in there. All you're trying to do is unroll that on the glass. So like, it's so helpful to have something that's just gonna keep it from bending, because when it's rolled up and you twist it like that, creases through the entire thing. How long? I just put it down. Probably like 2 feet. I don't know, it's not wide. I'd say about 2.5 feet wide. It could be a little wider. What I noticed, like, go back to the installation. Oh yeah, let me get my tool belt here, and then we'll continue. Go back to the installation, and what you'll notice is you should actually unroll a little bit of film before you even start putting it on the glass. And then try and get your hand underneath the liner as soon as you can. So if you need to shift it around more, you can, and then it doesn't really get in the way. I don't know, there's a couple of ways to do it, but that went really well. So that, 70%. Let's get this thrown on the windshield and started, and then we'll go do those back ones and install the windshield and all that goodness. Giving the doors a good chance to dry before we have to lower them. Just gonna take this thing back to Wisconsin, so it better all tack up nice. Look at that. 70. Isn't 70 so nice? So this is this car is so different from all the other Teslas too. Like, well, I guess that's not fair. The Model X and the Model Y. Model Y has the same windshield, as far as I can tell. And Model X is just gigantic. So, but they still, for a not big car, it's got big piece of glass. So this is a 36-inch roll, and you can see I'm barely overlapped on the top and bottom. It's enough, but it's barely enough. So thank you, Tesla, for at least making a window where I didn't have to special order a roll or use a 40 for the windshield. Like, even the focus, I think the focus and the edge require like a 40-inch roll for the windshield. So there's only a handful out there that really do. Most are 36s, but when you get up to a 36-inch tall windshield, it's a big piece of glass. Most of them we have, like, I don't know, like half a foot of overlap on the top and the bottom. So we went with a 35% look on everything else, and we're doing 70 on the windshield, so we don't have any, like, just, you get the same, if not slightly better heat rejection on that windshield. That's where the ceramic is really, really special. You can do 20, 35, 50, and 5, and get all the same heat rejection. 70 is actually, like, with Geo, it's in a little special class, so it is called Pro Nano. But it's actually, if you look at their stuff, they call it Pro Nano Ultra. So I just kind of like slot it in there. It's a little bit more premium of a ceramic right out of the gate. So this is also why for their Apex, they told me they didn't come out with a 70% Apex. I think they should just double box it then. Or that's what people can do, is like you can put it separate. So people can get Apex in whatever shades, and then they can still get 70% too, but it's already right up there. So it makes sense. What? You lost the view. Huh? That doesn't make sense. Nope, everything looks like it's fine on my end. Yay! You know, when you do the back window and then you go to the windshield, all of a sudden you're like, dang. This is a normal piece of glass now. It's a big windshield, but compared to the back window, it's so much smaller. It's nice. What's going on, New Zealand? I'm still having my morning coffee here, even though it's early afternoon. What do you think about laying tint? I think it's boring. Gotta keep it fun. Oh. Oh, dang, that question just took a total turn. No, I'm kidding. Layering's totally fine if you're the shop doing it. But again, as a shop, you're not really going to want to put any type of like warranty on it. In most cases, you'll be totally fine. Like if you've had your car tinted for, you know, you bought a car, it has tint on it. That tint's been there for a little while. You're perfectly fine with layering over it. It's just when you have a problem with one of the windows, if you ever do, you're not going to be able to match it the same, so that might bug you. And whatever shop layers over it isn't going to warranty it either. So those are the only two things. You're totally fine in most cases with just tinting over tint. It'll stick. It's made to stick to the glass. So there aren't any hard rules for tint on tint. So that's just a little stipulation there. I've done it, and I'm happy to do it for people because I get it. It's expensive to get your whole car stripped and retinted, and if the tint on there is already good enough, all you want to go is a little darker or way darker. Like, save the money. You probably don't care as much as the tinter does about that. That was scary. We almost just screwed up a corner real quick. It just ran away on me on an angle. That would have been bad. You're not allowed to tint windshields in New Zealand. But if you did them in 70, would they really know? $30 to $15. Just put another, honestly, do another layer of 30. That'll get you close. Doing 50, it's probably not going to look dark enough for you. You'll probably be a little bit darker doing 30 over 30, but it'll probably get the look that you're going for. Not even 70. You're not going to be able to tell. You'll look at this, and on pretty much any day, when you pull this outside, unless you were told, especially on a Tesla, like this is that thing like Mercedes, Tesla, I'm trying to think of another brand. Not BMW doesn't really do it, but Mercedes, they're known for putting some mirror and coloring and stuff in between. Like they'll do something on some of their cars. Like you'll see that like purpley back window, like a little iridescent, sometimes a little green, like a reflective mirror green on the sides or something, like light blue. They're known for doing some stuff with their windows. So like, if you look at a Tesla on like a rainy day, it's got this like iridescent red to it on parts of the glass. That's actually, I believe that's just a ceramic coating in there to help with heat too. Like it's a special type of glass. So when you talk about the Model 3 windshield and you want to do like, you know, if you notice it looks a little bit different, it's like the whole car is just unique. So they'd just, I think most people would assume that it's just factory. But if you want to do in like 35 or darker, then it's like, okay. Yeah, you can, it's probably not. I did 30%. You dumbass. I did 30% on my windshield and it's not dark enough. Of course it's not dark enough for you. Like, of all the windows, it's like somebody in my chat asking about, like, I wouldn't tint it below 35%. So I just think tinting it darker than that is like, yes, it is dark enough. It's just like you're looking at your car too much. Going darker than that, for this is, as a shop, I wouldn't take on that liability. I actually turned away a guy the other day. He was pretty insistent on coming here, but he was like 20 on the, like I want to get 5 on everything and 20 on the windshield. I'm like, I can do 35. And he was like, oh, but I really want to do 20. And I'm like, oh, okay, I understand. I can do everything else but the windshield then. He's like, so you're telling me you'll do the car, but I gotta go somewhere else to get the windshield? Yup, that's exactly what I'm saying. Sorry, I'm just not gonna take on that liability. So there's points where it can get sketchy. And I understand your vehicle, if you're the only one that drive it, you'll probably be okay most of the time. But all it takes is that one little bit where it's a little trickier to see. That extra visibility would have been real nice. And then, so be safe. Don't be a dummy. So 30, you'll be able to see into the vehicle a little bit. You'll be able to see like the dash, steering wheel on a bright sunny day. Past that, it's a lot harder to see in it. And nobody is looking at your car harder than you're looking at your car. So to everybody, it basically looks like it's limo. Nobody's getting in on your windshield and like, oh, what's he got in there? Nobody cares. Nobody cares but you. So feel a little safer. That's all. So we got the camera system here. I'm never going to mess with these things. I'm never going to try and tint in front of them. There's too many systems and stuff that are still in their infancy. So always cut around them. They're calibrated the way that they are, and there's tolerances there, but I never want to be responsible for throwing something in front of one of those systems. There we go. We got a bot. Oh no. Do you want to tint some windows for me? Yeah, we're still getting like... Sorry. I've had that... Please don't ask the torch question. I've actually asked it, or responded to it. You're right, it has been asked like 100 times. Dun, dun. There we go. That went nice. Now we gotta towel it off and install it, and then we'll move back to the back window and do any little touch-up that we need to and tint those quarters, and then it should be good. Cross your fingers that this all goes well. Have you ever removed 2 layers of tint? Yeah, sure. It's just as easy as removing 1 layer. It's just thick. That's all. The most annoying part is just the layer that sticks to the glass. So as long as that comes off, then you're all good to go. GG. I don't know about you guys, but this is, I'm going to speak to you soon. This is way more, or way less stressful than the other one that I did on stream. This one is just like, it's not, as long as most of the jobs go well. We're closed. We're tinting a Tesla. I'm sorry, I'm not taking phone calls right now. I want to focus on this one, nothing else. We will respond after. Look at that big old screen. Do they... Is this different? Is this like a screen... Oh, this looks like a screen protector on it. Like a matte screen protector. I like it. Helps with glare, I'm sure. That's cool. You know, I had this idea so long ago. I was like, I actually started cutting screen protectors out for cars and using paint protection film. And I thought paint protection film was like there would be something better. And then turns out later on, all those like, that Zag company, was doing all those screen protectors, they're using fucking automotive film. They're using paint protection film. That's what they were using. And I'm like, God damn it. I should have went harder into that. But I used to do them for some cars. I thought it'd be a cool upsell. And there were like, there's only one salesperson I could get on board with the idea at the time, so I just didn't think there was much of a market for it. But now, so many big screens. Ugh. But what trumps all that is the glass screen protectors. You can get like 3 glass screen protectors for super cheap. So I'm like, oh, it's hard to compete with. Oh, dang, I lost his thing. I lost the clip. That goes like right here. Right, this way? Yeah. Oh, those go on real easy. Woo, hi screen. $5% on the sides is still, I don't know. It's not for me. I tried it. I tried it for a whole 10 minutes. I tinted my side windows in 5%. I had that, like, I get what a lot of people, totally forgot. Let's throw these in here. I get what people are saying, like where some people are coming from. And, like, you can't get dark enough, so you keep going darker, you keep going darker. I was at the point where I had 10%, or what was it? No, 35 on the front, 20 on the back. Then I did like 15 on the back, 15 on the front, and then I put 5 in the back. And then I'm like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put 5% on my front doors. This was a long time ago. Then I put 5% on my front doors. Sat in the car, look out the sides, and I immediately rip it off. I'm like, I can't do this. It's too much. But I totally get it, and I'll do it. But for me, it's not like, I'm not trying to, I don't care about, like, I don't think that any vehicle is extra safe just because you can't see into it or anything, so. Oh, don't catch on the back. I think that for the most part, if somebody's gonna break into a car, they're just gonna break into it. They're gonna break into, you know, the little exception for me is like work vans. If you want to just black all that out and you have your advertising on the van, but people can't really see like if you have expensive tools in there or not, so they don't know if it's worth it. That's my only like little, yeah, I'd do the same thing. I'd black out a work van, but you can't see back there anyways. But with cars and stuff, it's like doing everything in the back limo, I have no problems with. Doing it on the front, I'll still do it, but it's just not for me. But I'm not the customer. So same dealie with this. We gotta reverse roll it. I'd kind of want to cover up the sides a little bit, but I saw some problems with putting tape on the sides, so I'm not going to do that on this. Do you know a good place to purchase microfibers? The Rag Company. You can get some premium ones from there. Also, Costco has a really nice pack of yellow ones, so you see the yellow ones used here a lot. But the Crimea River ones from the Rag Company are like a lint-free waffle weave. Obsessed Garage. Oh yeah, they're gonna have towels too. They probably carry those ones. Or they have OG branded ones. They always have good stuff. I know Sun Distributing just got in like new dash towels. I gotta try one of them. They got like printed microfiber ones. Or like micro suede or something. I don't know. They're supposed to be really nice. I want to see them. This is the original Soak Shield towel. And it is still working like a champ. Never had any bad things to say about this one. Other than I wish it was like a little thinner. Uh-oh. Let's turn off the air. I didn't even notice it was going until just a second ago. Alright, we need to take off the tool belt again. Well, as far as washing this windshield goes, it's all... You get it all foamy. That's the scrub pad, and then it's like... Just take it off. You should come see me on Monday, Sun Distributing. I'll see. I'd like to take another trip out there. It's always the time. That's why we have a Hangouts now. Oh, I have this one in here. I thought I brought one and I just didn't remember where I put it. I was sitting on it. Don't let the giant battery shock you. I'd be more worried about doing something to it than it to me. Okay, we'll go one more time. And then, where's that? Let me get one of these guys. Oh no! Okay, that was the big towel. I forgot those were the big ones. Oh, my nails. These will hold dirt. So I like to wipe this stuff off a little bit before I squeegee it. And those spots come out a little bit cleaner. Alright, so we got no excuses on battery. Everything should work through this entire reverse roll. Where if we got to the part where I start to unroll it, it would probably just bug out. It's happened with like 2 windshields. It was so annoying. I'm like, I can't do anything. Where if it happened here, I could swap a battery out. Alright. We got as far as we could go. One, 2, 3. What? Sunday? What restaurant? Holy shit, that's crazy. Had a restaurant to tint, but somebody drove through the front. You should have scheduled it slightly before. Then you tint it, and then somebody crashes through it, and then you have to tint it again. That would have been great. Shit. Where is our squeegee? We always misplace it. We've got 2. Oh yeah, here it is. We need this. What are your thoughts on 5%? Yeah, a little bit overkill. We actually just talked about it for a little bit. It's overkill. It's like, I'll never talk somebody out of it. if they're coming in for like 5% on like the back or the sides, I just don't put it on the front. And just like, I have a good demo, so I have my Blazer sitting outside, so it's really easy to show like 20 and 35, and it's like, if you want 5, this is a different option for you, but if you want 5, it's just the same look, you're just not going to be able to see in it. So it's really easy to describe. Oh, wow, that was wow. I think that was an old message when we talked about it. My messages stopped catching up. I hear a forklift. Wonder if that means they're getting a drop off. Probably. Okay. Little out of order on this one. I should have peeled that. That's fine. Solar Guard and Spectra Photo Sync. Know if these are any good. Well, Solar Guard is just a good solid film brand. Photo Sync is like that transition film, but like a really premium one, like $2,500 a roll premium, I think. Like, it was expensive. And at the time, there wasn't a lot of change, so I'm not sure right now. There was like a 5 to 10% shade difference, which I don't know. It's not worth the price. If you want to talk about like a 20 to 30% swing, then sure. Maybe. But your car's already going to look darker when it's not as bright out, and then the sun comes out, and then your car gets a little bit darker. Like, that 10% difference not going to make a difference. Or at least I'm not going to be able to sell it in any way that makes sense to anybody. That's what I should say. All right. Thanks for all the marbles. Come on, you big old... I want to try and like roll this up as tight as I can. There. That's a little better. So when you're reverse rolling, we pulled the liner, we sprayed underneath it, so all that it is a loose, wet backing paper at this point. So you roll up the entire roll, you get to this point right here, and then what happens is the liner then will flip. The liner like sticks to the back side of the film, so it really just like it keeps going, sticks, and then you pull the tint back, and now all the tint is exposed. And the liner just sits on the back end. It's magic. It's kind of freaky how it all works. I wouldn't have thought of this. This is just... I watched people do this, and I'm still like, that doesn't make sense. And then I tried it, I'm like, oh... PhotoSync, we're a PhotoSync dealer. Oh, okay. Yeah, so like I get you can have darker shade during the day and then it lightens up at night. question for you then. What is the most dramatic shade change that you guys currently have? Because I'm familiar with it a little bit. Tinting at a shop that carried it for a little bit. And those rolls were like very expensive. So you can get amazing heat rejection out of ceramic. So to have both is cool, but that color shift has to be worth a lot then. I mean, I already know most people, or depends on your, still 5%? Ugh, that's a bummer. I was hoping it was better by now. Yeah, to me, you know, I'm not going to be a customer of it. I'm not going to get it and try and offer it. If they can get it to swing a little bit more, like if you could go from like a 35 to like a 20, that's a little stronger. Or from like a 20 to like a 40, that's a pretty good sweet spot right there. I'm the shop that carried it. Yes, Rick knows. Sun Distributing knows. Tint Squad, they carried it. Tint Squadron. Pew. Okay, I'm gonna do a thing here where I pull this rope right here, because this is gonna be a problem. There's just a couple little spots. There's just a couple little spots here that look like they're pressing in way too tight. There we go. Keeping me from getting this where I wanted it to. I've ruined a couple of windshields off of the other towel. And I'm not letting that happen today. It's mostly all covered up enough. It'll be totally fine. Cool. I couldn't believe it. It was on that like Model Y. We ruined the entire windshield off that towel. Oh yeah, this. Let's check this. Ooh, you don't even see a gap there. Look at that. That looks nice. All my edgies. Ah. Don't. Stay. It's gonna be slip sliding a little bit. I gotta keep a good close eye on this, because 70% on the edges is real hard to see. So just want to make sure it's all covered up. So if it starts to shift, chances are you're not really gonna see it subtly shift until most of it's tacked down, and then it's stuck. .95% IR. That's pretty dope. There's like a handful of people that got it. It's for a real high-end market there, and I don't even know if they really know what they're getting out of it. I guess it's just kind of like buying something expensive, and it's got one of those little extra features, but it's a 5% difference is like, you're hardly going to be able to tell the difference at all. You'll know that there's a difference Jesus. You'll know there's a difference, but you won't really see the difference there. Because, like, when I was driving around with the eBay transition film, you could tell on some bigger swings. So, like, on a cloudy day, it would darken up some, and it got to, like, a comfortable shade. But there was, on a sunny day, it's like, you're not going to be able to tell going from a garage out into the sunlight very easily at all, only on a 5% difference. Oh, shit. Oh, and it's little too much haze, and it's bluish. Yeah. So it sounds like, yeah. I'm excited to see like where that type of stuff can go, because when I was playing around with a cheesy version of it, it's like, yeah, man, go from like 70 all the way down to 20. That's crazy. That's super cool. Stuff like that just doesn't really exist. And changing shades, like, you know, there's a big draw as long as it's a bigger change, I think. If there's something more substantial, if you can tell somebody that it goes from 20 to 40, then much better. Got one little speckle right here. Ooh, that was a good one. Good size speckle. I like it. If you're gonna have a speckle, you want it to be a big speckle, because then it'll come out of your window really, really easily. The little ones are the problem. Little ones are hard to even tell if you got them out. Big ones, more better. It's never nice to have a big speckle there. We get $800 a car for it. My question to that is, like, how often still? Because you guys have had it for like a little while, so I'm assuming it's just like have you had to reorder a roll yet? Because like if there's me rambling on about it, and then if like they happen to, you know, they only have so many dealers, and they really put a lot of work into sending. Like, there's genuine interest, and they're sending people over, then, like, shoot, I'd pick it up tomorrow. But if it's going to sit on the shelf for a long time, I don't even want to bother with it. Got a little finger there. Where's our... Everything's falling out. About... There, see that. Only about one a year, and we only order a different shade, or we only order a new roll for when we need a new shade. Yeah. It needs better marketing, but it also needs better features. Okay, anyways, let's squeegee this guy off and see how it looks. We're doing pretty good here. It's 2 o'clock. Just threw on a full windshield. So we'll have a little bit of touch up on the back and some quarters to throw in, and then as long as this looks good, we'll be pretty good. Have you tried the Tri-Edge switch cards? No, not yet. I must have misunderstood. I talked to the owner a little bit when he was making them, And I know they're like primarily for vinyl. So I didn't realize he even had a window tint category for them. So I'd be interested in checking him out. I don't know if I would use them. They're more geared towards, I know as a whole they're more geared towards vinyl wrapping. And that is a space that I don't pay attention to very much, so. But probably as like hard cards and maybe some like, you know, it might replace like my gray lid coat card or something like that. But I don't use those a whole lot anyways. I want to check out Fusion's corner tool. I want to see what that's all about too. So whenever those things get in, we'll check them out. But yeah, I'd be happy to check them out. The concept's cool. I mean, vinyl wrappers, you get, like, you can mix and match them any which way you want and flip them around so that it's just more efficient. So I like that whole idea. But I don't need that for what I do. We're slowly getting rid of cards here. I should put back the old ones and just mark them as old. Just take them off and forget to put one back on. No, the keg's still up for grabs. We'll announce on Tuesday. We'll do a live stream and spin a wheel. We'll probably be live on this channel at the same time. But the idea was, like, they're doing a giveaway. So they're going to spin the wheel. They took all the names off their site. So there's still time for people to, like, enter. There we go. Get it up a little on the side. See, you can touch up. Little fingers on the inside. No harm, no foul. Okay. A little bit more. Let that sit for a minute. All right. We can take just a brief break here, and I'll explain the giveaway here. Canon. So we are giving away this keg right here. This is a Detroit Tint Studio keg. Oh, it's got a little damage to it too. So this has actually been used here for like the past year. And they did a special edition wrap for it. Their colors are like the studio colors. Looks super cool. So we're giving away that. We're throwing some goodies in there too. You can go to sundistributingdirect.com. Stop. Ta-da! So you click on the giveaway, you add it to cart, and then you just go through checkout, and then that's how you enter in the giveaway, and then we'll give it away on Tuesday. There's like a little description down here. So this link right here. That's all you guys. There you go. We'll put our window back. Oh, look at that big old box right there. Need just a small break here. So we have everything done except those little quarter windows. So we have a little bit of touch-up to do, but everything's on there. One entry per person. That's true. It says that in the description. So, no, you can't add it to cart 50 times and check out 50 times. If you do, they'll just bump your name off. You guys were like blowing up notifications for them, so. If your dog can tint a window, then I think we'll allow it. So first you gotta post a video of your dog tinting a window, and then we'll give you another entry on that. Have you had to deal with black tape on the Nissan Rogues? Yep. Yes, I have. I found out the hard way. Oh, it was so annoying. I had a Rogue come in just for the front doors. And the customer was like, I've never had tint before. This is my baby. I'm like, yeah, no problem. We're just doing the front doors. It'll be a quick in and out. Like, we'll have you all wrapped up in like 45 minutes. And it took me like an hour, an hour and a half. Because I didn't notice the tape at first. And then the bottom seal on that is like the paneling presses really tight against it. So I'm like even trying to understand what that strip was. And they cut out. But it's not exactly like just a light tape. It's like, it's on there. So you gotta really work your blade in there and clean all that out. Oh, do they have a little, is that, I don't want to press it. It looks like they have like a little cover for the camera if you don't want it. That's cool. It's a nice little touch there. It's only on the Rogue, not on the Rogue Sport. Oh, that's really weird. Yeah, I haven't seen an explanation of even why or what it even is. It's just there. And some people, like, that's been posted in my group quite a few times. And I regularly see a couple of people that are like, yeah, just tint over it. It's whatever. You lazy. Some people literally just, like, leave it. They're like, yeah, it's part of the vehicle. Just leave it alone. And it's like, yeah, okay, guy. The camera cover is just a laptop camera cover. Is it like in addition? Shit, I gotta see something really quick. Or did you put that on? I just thought it was kind of clever. It's like, oh, did they actually like care about privacy to some level? Or is it just there for the memes? Sorry, there's one little thing right down here I gotta take care of. Oh, yep. I put it in there. Oh, okay. What a nice little touch. Not functional, but like, I noticed it. That's so funny. This little guy right here. I think there's one little hair that poked up into my film right at the bottom. So, cleaning any imperfections out of the film largely depend on where they are and how big they are. So if they're a little bigger in size, much easier to take care of. If they're real fine and in a difficult spot, super tough to get out. The real thin, small hairs, those don't want to come out. Is 50% ceramic? Please answer. Oh, now we're not going to answer. No, I'm kidding. Yes, it is. So I put 50% ceramic on both my windshields, and I'm really happy with it. It's the type of shade where it's easy to see in, it's easy to see out for the most part, but it kind of, like, your windshield is facing the sky, and you have a lot of reflections. So when you add 50% to your windshield, it kind of enhances those reflections a little bit. So it doesn't even seem like it's really tinted, but it all just kind of like, it's just harder to see through, if you know what I mean. So yeah, it is noticeable. I like it a lot. I like 35 a little bit better, but you're throwing caution to the wind on 35. 35 looks pretty dark, but really comfortable to drive around with. And cool. So that is the windshield. So let's do the back. So those were like my two main things. As long as the back window goes pretty well, and as long as the windshield goes pretty well, I'm having a good time. So this is what I was seeing earlier. So I gotta touch this out. That's one of those little peanutty things that we don't want to leave in. Allergies and all. It's 45% ceramic. Yeah, with some companies, I couldn't tell you who does, but you can find more shades in other films. Geo has 5, 20, 35, and 50, and those are kind of just the most popular shades that people install. But in some other brands, some of them will have like 40 and 30. Some will have 40, 35, and 50. So there's ranges to all of this, and some of them don't even go with round numbers. But you can find any number of other shades, but finding the right shade, like finding something super particular, like I want to get 18%. You might be able to find it. And you might be able to, like, you know, sounds good, and you throw it on your car and maybe it's not exactly what you thought it would be. So there's not a reason to go like super particular like that, but some of those big differences in the middle is kind of what I'm getting at. You'll be able to find them in just other companies, but trying to find it across the board with like every film under one company, it's like that's where this gets really annoying. Some companies will have, you know, 40, 50, 60 or something like that, and then you're kind of like, okay, cool, well, what about this film? Well, that film only comes in these shades. So Geo at least has consistency across the board that way. I gotta put a little. I gotta let this thing dry out. So this is one of those little annoying things that can pop up on Chargers and Challengers. It's just one of those like little finger things, and they stay wet for like a while, so getting them to like heat out and press down is annoying. So this is gonna take a little bit of time to do. We can touch it up, but you really have to dry it out, and then you can kind of like seal it up on the defroster. But all it takes is a teeny little bit of water, and that sucker will pop right back up. Heat it up, kind of dry it out, let it sit for a little bit, come back to it. So in the meantime, let's get these quarters cut. Oh my god. Is this my 5%? No way. I was looking for this 5% for a while. I think I just threw out a box. I was like, how do I lose an entire roll of 5? Put it on the plotter. hate that. So, enter. Okay, now we gotta put the force up, like 60 something? Was I supposed to write this down from last time? I think I was. Canon. There's like a film cut update that I've been sleeping on for a little bit. I want to do one of these on stream. 6:30 in Australia. Go to bed. Thank you for hanging out. So let's go desktop. So I'm gonna remind me later on that one. We're just going to cut this out. Tesla Model 3. These are all pretty much the same here. Oh look, we can cut out the back glass. Look at that. I could plotter cut a half a back window on this thing. No, thank you. I didn't know they had that. Rear quarters, so that's what we want. 24-inch roll. Cool. And then everything should be all set on that. I can click cut. All right, good, it's cutting. What's the worst car you absolutely hate to do? Anything that I absolutely hate, I just won't take anymore, for the most part. GoPro. That's what we want. Where's my knife? That's upsetting. It fell out when I'm working on this. Well, we better find it. Because then we can't cut anything if we don't have a knife. No, but any car that I hate to tint, I generally just won't take on because I hate to tint it for like one of two reasons here. Either it's super annoying to do with inconsistent, like that's the main one. It's super annoying to do with inconsistent results. Or I guess the other one is it's just hard to charge a lot for that type of vehicle, so I'll spit out a price and then, you know, if they take it, they take it. If not, I don't have to worry about it. But that's pretty much it. I mean, I think this always used to be the case. So I would get these cars like, oh, you got a VW bug on your schedule on Thursday, or you have like this complete removal and retint on Friday that you did before, or you have a check window coming in. It's like those little things, like they just sit in the back of your head, and you're just like, ugh, I got that day coming up this week. I don't want to do it. I think this is going to go on the other side. So, this one I knew about. We scheduled it quite a ways in advance, and it's one of those vehicles that is just, we're getting used to it, and I was just like, I really hope this goes well. Oh, this is this one. Okay, cool. Because it's kind of hard to tell. Everything's in the way. So, let's cram ourselves back in here. Nope. God, I just did this. Oh, why'd I flip them? No, it's this one. It's this one. It goes this way. Stay there. I only tried one Volkswagen when I was starting. Yeah, VWs are not going to be on the easy spectrum. So the Jettas, they're all kind of annoying. You get used to them the more you do them. So they're a vehicle that I would have occasionally. So I had enough of them to kind of practice on. And then they're very similar to stuff like Audi. Audi, VW, Mercedes is a little bit easier. BMW is a little bit easier in most cases. So like VW, Audi, they just have some tighter seals to deal with. They don't give you as much room on the panels, and especially when you're trying to do windshields. They just take a little bit more effort and care, and you'll mess up patterns easier on stuff like that. There we go. Well, I can say that would have been possible to cut with a Sharpie, but having a plotter in this case, that went way easier. I gotta get my other sprayer. So much walking around. We gotta touch those up. And then, oh, yeah. I was wondering if we were even gonna tint these, because you can't see them from the outside, but you would notice a brightness difference on the inside, for sure. It's hard to tell, because some louvers just black out everything. These ones, they let a lot of light in on the back edge. So you would definitely see that they're not the same. And stick. And as long as you stick, we can get this squeegeed out. Nice. Patterns are good. Should try the doors sometime. If I got some good Tesla platter cut front doors, that'd be super cool. Have you ever gotten sensors wet? Yeah, it's pretty rare, but it does happen. Hope they dry out. Like, because otherwise, like, you know, you're just, it is what it is, and you don't want to leave somebody with that, so you either know how to fix it, or you're sending it to a dealer or another guy that knows how to fix it. Some of that stuff can dry out, and you'll be fine. On a specifically on a Honda Civic, no, I haven't had that problem. That is a good one for the Facebook group, though. Window tint stuff on Facebook. Feel free to ask, see if there's any common issues and something that might be easily fixed. There's a lot of guys that'll chime in with a bunch of... there can be guys that chime in with smart-ass answers that are like, this is why I never do this. And it's like, okay, that's not helpful. Congratulations for never having the issue. Well, somebody does have the issue, so we need to figure out how to fix it. So then less people make that mistake. But I haven't had anything particular. I've done a handful of those hatches, and it hasn't been an issue. So how would you respond to a customer claiming damage? I've had to a couple times. I try and fix it. My goal is like so they're happy with what happened. So I will give like, hey, I do everything that I can to ensure everything's fine. Sometimes mistakes happen, and I'll definitely throw my 2 cents in if I caused it or not. So there's some things that it's really tough on both ends, because you can, if it's really obvious that you didn't cause the damage, you can like, hey, I will sit down and we'll watch these cameras together. And so you can point out exactly, like we can point out exactly when it happened if I did it. Because some people are just looking for somebody to take the blame. And then they're just going to try and pin you to fix their car. So they brought it into you and then like slap you with a bill at the end of it. Or to try and get a free tint job or something. But, so I had this, I think I can talk about it more now. Because at the time, it was still a little touchy, and as far as I could tell, nothing happened. So there was I got pictures of it too. There was this what was it? Sorry, I'm getting a little distracted. There was this vehicle. I'm just gonna keep it real nondescript. There was a vehicle that we did. We did the whole thing, actually on stream, and then the customer was very happy with the work. And then, like, there was a spot on the panel that looked like it had a small impression, but you wouldn't have seen this. Like, there was a small impression right here, like a fingernail type impression that basically just like you had the natural texture of the door panel, and then there's just a small little indent there. And he was like, I'm positive it wasn't there before. And I'm like, what? So I was trying to do my best to like resolve it though. I'm like, take it to a dealer. Like I asked a detailing group, and like half the group on the post was like, what's wrong? It was like, I had to repost and circle it, and they're like, what? And I'm like, exactly. This is beyond like an obvious thing that like, oh, there's a scratch on the window, or oh, I fried the door panel, or oh, this or that, or any number of obvious things. This was just completely like, wait, what? I'm like, I got the whole thing on stream, the entire process, and like I covered all your door panels and stuff. He's like, I know, you're just gonna have to kind of take my word for it on this one. So like, I don't know. I got a handful of messages, and then it just never heard anything anymore. And so it's just, that's it. Nothing happened. But if you actually cause damage, then you should fix it. But try and cover yourself too. Little things like walking around a vehicle. A super nice thing is taking a GoPro or your phone or something, and then when you do a walk around, take a small video of it. That way you kind of documented everything. That one's just giving me a little bit of a hard time. We're gonna have to let that sit just for a little bit longer before it'll all iron out, but it's looking much better. This little one's gone, a little bit left on that one. Everything else is drying out really, really nice. Do you have a waiver? No. Canon. No, I don't know. There's just, let me take this off for a minute. I guess we'll close things up. and we can do a quick walk around, but just give me a minute. It's smart to like have a check-in sheet and like waivers and stuff. Just anything extra that you can do to like cover yourself. 99% of the time, you're not going to need it. I guess it depends on who you're dealing with, but most of the time, you're not going to need it. But it's for those handful of issues is why you need it. But at the same time, it's like some of those things in the waiver could be like, no tint shop is perfect, and like stuff like that, right? But the fact of the matter is, if they see something, then you want to try and take care of whatever the issue is within reason, and just make happy customers. So, like the rule of thumb with window tint is like the IWFA standards are like 5 feet away from an angle. If you can still see something from 5 feet away at an angle, then it's technically a fix. If you can't, then it's not, right? But the fact of the matter is, if somebody's taking their nose and pointing to the glass and going, I don't like this, you're going to bring up the IWFA and be like, no, you're going to take care of it. So I'm making people sign waiver because people claim I damage people's cars. So if you've got any type of a regular issue with it, 100%. Do that and document. Have cameras, like you can have a security system around the car. So that way the whole thing is kind of documented. And then if there's anything obvious, right, like somebody points to like a dent on the car and like you caused that, well, now you can go back through the entire footage and be like, okay, no, I didn't. Show me when. So just because I don't do certain things doesn't mean that you shouldn't do them. I'm just kind of going with, on average, this is what happens, this is what I've dealt with. So there's some things to be really concerned about, and some things you don't have to worry about so much. But where you tint and who you tint for is different for everybody around the world. So take all that info with a little grain of salt. Oh yeah, somebody was asking about quarter squeegees. So for the turbos, I really like the pink turbo, the Fusion pink turbo. I got one right here. These are super good. So if you're gonna get a turbo, I highly recommend these ones or the green ones by Fusion. Both of them are really good. I also have my green Tint Studio squeegee. These are really handy for quarter windows as well. So you see me flipping back and forth between both of these. This lady was going ballistic on me, claiming I backed something and is calling me a liar. Yeah, you can definitely have that. That's not fun. There isn't, like, having parking lot cameras and, like, pulling up footage and stuff like that is about as best as you can do in those situations. And, like, you know, she wants to take you to court over it and you're sure you didn't do anything, then, like, that's a level of something. That's something that, like, I wouldn't try and just fix that for somebody right off the bat. It's like, no. You're talking about, like, physical car damage. That is just at a level that wouldn't have even happened pulled in here. So you can tell them to go kick rocks or whatever. You will have people like that, but always try and make the best out of the situation. There's a lot of shops that I don't know how they tell people, what they tell people, but they will take a hard stance on, like, no redos as well. I don't know how they do it. They'll have somebody, like, I'll occasionally get somebody's work here that needs to be fixed. They're like, yeah, I took it to this guy, paid a couple $100 to get the whole thing done, and it just looks terrible. It's like, oh, that's no good. Sorry to hear it. What did the shop say? Like, they should be at least removing it or whatever. And they're like, they're gonna charge me. And I'm like, what? Yeah, and they just won't budge on it. It's like, wow. Some shops. And like, that's just how they conduct their business. But weird. I don't get it. But I used to have these conversations with a lot of shop people. They definitely, any one of those customers make you like not want to be a business anymore. They're just like, if I got in business to deal with this stuff all day, I just wouldn't be in business. Okay. Once in Pontiac, a customer said we put a stone chip in their windshield. Oh, good Lord. That makes sense. For Pontiac. I've had that at a shop before. At my dad's shop, actually. I did, like, this guy's car, and he's like, did somebody, like, throw something at my car? And I'm like, oh, wow, that's, like, very similar to this one. So, they were saying that they only tinted the back of the vehicle, and somebody said they got a stone chip in the windshield. Good Lord. So, the one that I dealt with was, like, at my dad's shop. He's like, did somebody throw something at my windshield? I was like, what? No. Why did somebody throw something at their windshield? I don't know, if they were frustrated or something. And, like, it kept escalating. It was like, no, nobody hurt your windshield. And he's like, then why do I have a chip on it? You were driving and you got a chip at some point? And he's like, no, definitely not. This was not here this morning, and now it is. And then, sure enough, they sat him in the room with the cameras. They showed him enough footage, and he just, like, eventually cooled off. He's like, man, I'm sorry, I just didn't notice it. They're like, that's okay. But, like, damn, dude. No, right here is just a little defroster peanut, and that's why we turn on the defrosters on like Chargers, Challengers, and whatever. This is what can happen, so it's really got to dry out and cool off and just kind of sit there for a little bit. So I'm just making sure it's as like clean as it can be. And then what I'm gonna do is once this glass cools back down, I'll cart it back down and it should lock in and be all good. So just leave it, let it cool off, and then we'll be good. So in the meantime, I'm gonna close this all up, and we'll pretty much be at the end. Had to come back after 6 months saying we broke his door panel or something. 6 months is a funny one. Mustang owner claimed I scratched his hood, and he was describing on the fender and put blue paint on the windshield. Good God. Blue paint marker from a dealership is what it was. Good God. Yep, it happens. So, I know, like, a big reason like you get that or can get that is like there are those people that are looking to get something for free, but there's also like people just don't like other people touching their cars. So like whenever they like hand their car to somebody, then they gotta like that's when they all of a sudden pay attention to their car. They're like, oh well, I gave it to this person, so this was not here before. I know it wasn't. It's like, well, it probably was, you just didn't see it. Now you get your car back, you're just, you you're looking extra close at it until like you're cooled off again or something. So just how it goes. Someone did like that latched. So with each one of these, we got to unlatch them. You don't want to scratch the chrome trim there. I don't even know how most people did that. Like, the same thing with Mustangs, but you never see people post about those. Maybe because there isn't just much to scratch there. But if you have a frameless window and you lower it down, and you don't lower it down and you go to close it, the glass can absolutely like smack into the top. And I'd be worried that you're gonna break that real easy. So that's just a rule of thumb with all of them. If you're gonna latch windows, don't close the doors ever until they're unlatched, which is why you'll often hear a ding, ding, ding. And after I'm done with it, then I'll close the door. Because I don't even want to risk making that mistake. It's just whatever. Tune it out. Oh. There we go. Dang! Is this what we're all hanging out here for? So the seats are already white. So we still have like the covers over them. So that's not really going to look much different. But what you have here is 70 on the windshield, 35 on the front. And the reason, like, I'm noticing a pretty, like, oh, the back seats are down. That's why. I should pop those up. Let me do that. Make them look a little bit more even. So a dark interior versus a light interior is basically what's going to happen here. Because the back was looking much darker, but that's because the seats were down. So it looked like it was black in the back. And now you can see it looks a lot more even. So you still have a little bit more light coming in through the front and that sunroof portion. Where here, this is going to be a little bit darker because we tinted over factory on top, but it's still 35. Looks pretty good. Yeah, man. Turned out nice. All ceramic. 70 on the windshield, 35 on everything else. Canon. Whew. Well, that was a long one. Is that another like 5-hour stream? Where's my 4.5 hours? Actually, a little less than the other one. I was glad to take some time with it though. We just kind of chilled out with it. I wasn't in a rush or anything, so really helpful. I still got a little bit of touch up on that back window. I'm just gonna let it cool off. We're gonna end the stream. I'm just gonna touch it up real quick. So it's one of those things where like keep going in and out, in and out, in and out. It'll get touched up here. It just takes a little bit. What type of film? We went with Pro Nano. So all ceramic, Pro Nano. 70 on the windshield, 35 in the back, or 35 on the front doors, back doors, all the back, everything else. Do you add sales tax? I should. Because you get charged for it. Love from Toronto. Thank you. I appreciate that. Congrats, wonderful tint job. Thank you. Gotta love when you tint a windshield and it makes the rot chip show. Someone blames you. Yeah, right? Yeah, just anything and everything. It's you take a car in, there's always potential, like, because you touched it, and you want to run a good business, so it's like you then start to sympathize and feel bad. And like, it sucks. That's a part of retail that is really, really tough to deal with. We had a few super chats today. This board just keeps flipping out. I don't know what the deal is. I should change scene 2 to do the same thing that scene 1 does. I have to relearn how to do that. Oh, okay. So we had a couple super chats. One from KK. Thank you for the 10. And then Garrett, thank you for the 5. I really appreciate both of those. Much, much appreciated. This was a good one. I'm happy it all just kind of went well. I really like coming on stream, and it just goes well. We had to redo one door window, perfectly fine. Nothing to get bent out of shape. We had some good coffee. And I'll finish those couple little things up. He's been waiting very patiently on this whole thing, but I'm sure he enjoyed it getting tinted. So let me go do that, and I will catch you guys in the next stream early next week. So Monday I have, I think, a Lincoln. I think I got a full Lincoln to do on Monday, so we'll do that on stream. So we'll be back for that. In the meantime, have a good weekend. And thank you for tuning in. So it was good. Good stuff. Y'all have a good one. Bye-bye.